Well, hello everyone, and welcome to yet another stream here from the Shamblecraft server, and it's actually the first stream in a good while. And welcome Esty, welcome welcome Esty, welcome Vin, welcome Donut King, and welcome Johnny. Welcome, Jessica, and thank you very much for your resubscription for 19 months. And welcome, NJ, who has also subscribed for 15 months. What do you know? Thank you very much to both of you. And welcome, everyone. I got something in my throat just as I was about to start. Blech, never eat chocolate, kids. Well, welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. First regular stream in a very long while. It's been way too long since I streamed. And you might be wondering about the title of the stream. I'm going to get back to that in a minute or two. But first, I wanted to give you an exclusive sneak peek of what I've been working on recently. Some of you might recognize this site here as being where we did a bunch of terraforming for Mykonos, and I have now finally continued this work with some borders all around the place, and we have this section here that I have a plan for. That I'm not going to go into details about here and now because that will spoil a bit too much, but as you can see, I am still as good as I've always been at lighting things up. I didn't think things could spawn on bamboo. Well, not bamboo, scaffolding. So that's a mistake. But yeah, this is basically Mykonos' massive hole which I've been terraforming for a while. And I am actually going to get back to that later, but right now we actually have a different project I'm going to be working on today, which is sort of, I figure, would be more stream friendly, as it will be funnier for you to watch and also probably easier for me to do on stream. So yeah, clearly things can spawn on scaffolding. That's news to me. I thought scaffolding was spawn proof. What we're gonna do, we're gonna in scaffolding but not on it. Okay. What we're gonna do, we're gonna be heading this way, and then we're gonna head in here. And I'm also gonna be spoiling another thing I've been working on, and this is actually what we're gonna be working on in today's episode. I was about to say in today's episode, in today's stream. I've just been in recording mode for ages now, and I haven't streamed in forever. And hello, Badger! Hello, Badger, welcome to the stream. And hope you are having a good day. Hope you're all having a good day. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce the project I'm working on. You can't see it because the map is obscured on stream. But if I go in here, this is the Guardian Temple. You might remember this. We cleared this out. We made this little smelter system, and we made a bunch of glass, and we have used that glass to make a box around it. Since then, I've also extended this tunnel to go into the mountain here, which leads to this water elevator that'll take you up top. This was also done in the last episode. And this, however, should be new to you. I have actually put in all the sand needed to make the squares, meaning that this place is now ready to be drained, which should be fun. Given how many times I've died doing this, this should be quite interesting. So we're going to get all the sponges. I had some sponges here. Did I have more sponges here? I've basically used almost all the sand that Johnny gave me. And Johnny is getting that sand back, because we will be taking it away. There we go. Alright, so we got about 2 stacks of sponges. So this is what I'm going to be doing today on stream. I'm going to be trying to drain this area here. But in order to do that, first of all, I need to record a brief segue into the section in which I'm going to do this. So let's hop into Joe mode, as I call it, and hit record. This is going to be Shamblecraft episode 53. And I'm going to have to record an intro separately. Or I could just use this as the intro. Yeah, I think we'll just use this as the intro. In that case, this is going to be Shamblecraft episode 53, segment 1. Well, hello there, viewers, and welcome to yet another episode here on the Shamblecraft server. It is episode 53, and you join me once again at the Guardian Temple that we have been working on for the last few episodes. And we have now reached, the fun bit or the terrifying bit, depending on whether you're doing it or watching it. So, as you can see behind me, and as you remember from the previous episode, we have now finished dividing the temple area into squares. And now comes the fun bit. I pressed F5 once too many. Now comes the fun bit, draining it. And luckily, as some of you might remember from previously, Meknus has lent us a bunch of sponges. Almost 2 stacks worth. So now comes the tricky bit of placing the sponges strategically so that the water is drained away. And that is something that is probably going to kill me many, many times. But it needs doing. It is a integral part of this. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to try and postpone this even more than I want to. Let's start this, and I'll keep you posted as to how it goes. Good take. I can live with it. Okay. Not going out anywhere near it with 1600 levels. I was at 40 or 50 levels at one point during this. Never do math on stream. I've tried to do math on stream, and I'm not doing it again. Okay, so while I'm doing this, let me talk a little bit about what I want to achieve with this stream. I think I've set my spawn. Yep, it looks like it. Thank you for reminding me regardless, Padger. Hoi! And what we're going to be doing now is training this. And this, while I'm doing this insanity, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the point of this stream is and this stream going forward. So, a lot of you have been actually messaging me, which is fun, asking me, Fally, when do you plan on bringing back Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft? Because apparently that was a very popular set of streams. Now, I think someone said place one there, and then there, and then there, and sort of go down like that. So let's see how this goes. So what is going on with Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft? Well, Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft are not coming back. And that is because they have been superseded by a new idea. The thing I never really liked about Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft was that it felt a bit too limiting. And by limiting, I mean Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft implies that you are going to be talking about mental health and nothing else. And I honestly thought that was a bit too limiting. So half a stack for one hole. It's not ideal. And I now have to get these down again. This is the bit I didn't think of. I have an idea for this. Don't worry about it. So, as I said, I thought it was very limiting to sort of limit the streams to just being about mental health, because as you've probably noticed during the streams, we've covered a lot of other good, important topics that I feel the Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft moniker would not allow. So because of that... Oh, and I've forgotten this bit. We're going to need glass. So, as such... There we go. As such, Mental Health Mondays with Minecraft is no more. It has ceased to be. It has gone to meet its maker. It's joined the Choir Invisible, etc. However, it has been replaced or upgraded, depending on your relationship with Cyberman, to something I have decided to call Talking Tuesdays. And the reason for that is several. First of all, I do not appear to have scaffolding. I might have to go get some scaffolding at Magnus's place, because that's where I keep it. I'm going to go do that straight away. So, first of all, I'm renaming it Talking Tuesdays to allow for the coverage of broader subjects, like being able to discuss things that aren't necessarily about mental health. Like, for instance, today I plan on discussing content creation and being a small content creator and post-thesis burnout. And basically today I want to cover all the things that I have been wanting to discuss on the streams I've ended up not doing for the last month. And as the keen-eyed observer I've noticed, I have switched from Mondays to Tuesdays. And that's also a good reason for that, and that is that I have noticed that the Mondays are already quite crowded with streams, and a lot of these streams are streams that I really want to watch myself. Also, thank you very much, M, for your subscription for 17 months. How's it going, Fally? Please keep me entertained while I clean the house. I will do so immediately. So that is why I have decided to... That is the wrong side. That is why I have decided to move the streams to Tuesdays rather than Mondays, as the Mondays are very crowded, and I really want to actually be able to watch some of those streams on Mondays, like Hermits Helping Hermits. So because of that, I have decided to move the stream to Tuesday. And that is not the only reason. I'm not moving my stream schedule to allow me to watch Joe, even though that was also a big part of it. But also, during the last year, Mondays were very hectic for me, schedule-wise, and having reviewed the schedule for the upcoming school year, I see that Mondays and Tuesdays will be very hectic for me next year as well. And because of this, having a stream on Monday night would be... I lost my train of thought. Monday evenings would be... I will have to sort of keep saved for preparing lessons, etc. So because of that, I will be moving my streams to Tuesdays, as they will be. That will just be easier in every way. Didn't I empty? Oh, I emptied this one. All right. So now comes the tricky bit, because what I need to do now is get some glass, and I should be able to do that by just doing this. There we go. And I think we're gonna do this side like this. Fally, what are you doing, you might be wondering? And what I'm doing is very simple. I want to keep the water underneath the Guardian farm for now, simply because I don't see any point in removing it. There we go. I need now to remove that. What is the quickest way to break down a sponge, really? Is it an axe? Like, what is the ideal tool? Hoe. Alright. Thank you. In that case, I need to go get a hoe, because I don't have one on me. And let's just do that, and we'll break that down, and we'll just grab these ones with an axe, because we have an axe on us. But yeah, I really want to keep the water that is underneath the farm. Hoe, but you do need aqua and hunt. Oh, if you're... Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, I see a point. I should have a her here. There I do. Just leave that glass there. Yeah, we almost made it. But yeah, so that is that. So, what are my plans for content creation moving forward? Because I know, as some of you might know, I haven't really been making content recently, and the reason for that is simple. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to a good friend of mine who works in the music industry. And she did a bachelor's degree and then a master's degree back-to-back in music production. And the problem that she had was that the second she finished her degree, she just couldn't make music. She was struggling so hard to make music. And the reason for that was that she had been looking forward to it since basically she started working on her degree. Like, oh, I can't wait to get back to doing that. But when she finally was able to, she did not have the energy for it whatsoever. And I was talking to her, and I was saying that I was having pretty much the same issue with creating videos, and she knows that I create videos for YouTube. And she said, well, didn't you just finish your degree? Yes, I just finished my degree. Oh, well, that's simple. You have post-thesis burnout. Really? What is this post-thesis burnout that you speak of? Just scaffold down the middle and work it. Oh. You're a wise one. Badger's banner. So she was like, oh, didn't they tell you about post-thesis burnouts? I'm like, nope, they did not tell us about post-thesis burnout. And I am not doing a good job at this. There we go. I was like, oh, that's just super common. Like, when you work on a degree for ages and finally finish it, you usually enter a state where it's like, oh, I've now spent all of my time and energy on this one thing for so long that I've forgotten how to be a human and do other things. And you just can't find joy in doing anything. And I was like, oh, that description is very correct. That lines up completely with my current state of mind. And she was like, oh yeah, that's post-thesis burnout. Apparently it's even like a common thing. It happens to like 2/3 of people who do major theses and stuff, or degrees. They all get it. Could you not come at me, you prick? Boing. Let's do this one. Boink, 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 boink. But yeah, apparently 2/3 of people who do a degree suffer from it or struggle with it. And that was actually, for me, it was like, oh, that's actually good to hear, because it means I'm not going nuts. Can we manage to make a way out? There we go. Ah, I lost one down there. There we go. Blop, blop. So yeah, that was, but that was sort of like an eye opener, and I've tried not to sort of. I haven't really done that much to talk about it or make a deal out of it, other than mentioning it here and there, because I wanted to save it for a stream. But I think a lot of people don't really consider or forget the sheer amount of energy that goes into doing a degree. And I think for me, the biggest mistake I did was doing a degree while working. I've been doing, as I've said before, I've been working full-time while doing my degree full-time. And in hindsight, that was what we call a bad idea. And after that, I've just felt like I've had no energy. Even like, especially videos, I've sort of been able to deal with. But every time there's been talks of a stream, I've just completely mentally shut down, because like just the thought of doing a stream has been such a turn off. Where am I going? And it's just so weird, because I am very fond of streaming, really. I love streaming, and that's why it felt so weird that like it's basically like, how do you describe it? Imagine, like, think of your favorite chocolate. Think of your favorite bar of chocolate. And then imagine that one day you take a bite out of that chocolate and you just sit there like, huh, this isn't good. But it's my favorite. How can it not be good? I know this chocolate is good. It's my favorite. Why isn't it good? And that is me. That was me working, trying to figure out why am I having issues streaming? Like, I love streaming. Like, why is it suddenly so hard for me to sort of open up Streamlabs and hit that go live button? Why is that suddenly so hard for me? But apparently this was quite common with this sort of post-thesis burnout thing. Also just a depression symptom, yeah. And that's one of the ways she described it. She described it as a very short but powerful depression. And she said she'd even heard tales of people who had done, I'm not going to go into details there for trigger reasons, but she'd heard tales of people who had completed degrees and then ended their life soon after, simply because they could not deal with it. And it was just so weird to hear it being described. And it's weird. It's the sort of thing you don't really consider. Like, you're so focused on the fact that, oh yay, I'm about to finish this degree that I've been working on for 2 years, and that you sort of forget to consider that, oh, maybe this is something that it's kind of like, exactly, NJ, you managed to put the words there that I was struggling with. It's basically like, I remember when I handed in my thesis. I can tell you exactly when I handed in my thesis. I handed in my thesis on Friday, May 27th. I handed it in at 4:15 p.m. And the reason I handed it in at 4:15 p.m. was that I had made a deal with my friend that we were going to do golf once I had handed in my thesis. And I handed in my thesis at 4:15, and at 5 o'clock I was on the golf course. And I remember when I was driving home, love you all very much, but I have to leave. That is fine, Badger. Tell Joe happiest of birthdays from me. And I hope to see him and you soon. There we go. But yeah, as I was driving home from golf, that's sort of when it hit me, because I started thinking like, okay, now what? What am I going to do? Like, it was almost like, oh, when I get home now, I need to make sure that I fix this for the thesis and this and that, and then it's sort of like, oh right, oh wait, the thesis is done, huh? And for the next couple of days, I found myself constantly thinking about what I needed to do. Like, it was like my brain kept forgetting that I was done. It kept being like, oh, and now I need to make sure I do a proofreading, and then I need to look over the sources, and And it's like, once I finally sort of, bollocks! Once I finally came into a state of mind where it was like, okay, I've actually handed in this thesis, I'm done with it. That's when it sort of turned into like, huh. Now what am I supposed to do with my time? I have all of this time. What am I going to do with it? And the first thing I did was I started making a couple of new Shamblecraft videos, and I ended up making episodes 48. I think I made episodes 48 through 50. And once that was done, that's when it sort of hit me like this sudden realization that it was very weird. It was almost like this sudden realization that I was tired. It's like, and again, I can't really describe it directly, so I sort of have to use analogies, but it was almost like you know, where if you go to a party and you spend a lot of time drinking, and you don't really realize how drunk you are until you get up and start walking. It was like that. Like, I didn't realize how tired I was until I started doing things. And when I started doing things, it was like, dearie me, how do people have the energy to do this? And yeah, it was just, it hit me like a truck. Like, I suddenly realized, like, I am so tired, I don't have energy. And then that's when I sort of spiraled into a very, what she referred to as I think we can call it a micro depression. Because then it was suddenly like, it was almost like my body realized it had been running on fumes for 2 years. And it was like it was like I was a balloon, or all my energy was a balloon, and someone had just realized this and just untied it, and all of the air just went. And it took me at least 2 weeks to just regain the energy to want to do anything. And those weeks were harrowing. Like, I didn't spend any time in Discord. I barely spent time on voice. I didn't log on to the Shamblecraft server for 2 weeks. And every minor setback was just, for me, a massive energy drain. Like, if I was doing anything and it didn't go to plan, then I was just like, no, sod it, I'm not going to do it. And I would just disconnect from it for days. An example of, and it was silly things. It was silly things that shouldn't bother me. One of this, and this is an example, just hear me out here. This is not directed at anyone or anything. But we were playing on Joe's Patreon realm, of which I am a member. And we were doing the usual Demiurge shenanigans. And for those of you who haven't played on Joe's Patreon server, it is frightening. It is terrifying. It is dangerous. And also quite lethal. You see, Joe is very Joe. Joe is very much Joe. And one of the things Joe does is he functions as some sort of benevolent demiurge. And one of the things that has been done on his Patreon server, is that he will do petitions, which is basically spiffy, spoffy bollock. get up there, you Willy Wonka. There we go. He was doing this petition thing, which is basically, if you want additions to the server, then you will have to sort of come forth to the Demiurge at the altar of death and ask nicely. And Joe, being Joe, of course, decided that he wanted to set the world on fire because that was much more fun. Last time he did this, I had polar bears on my roof for weeks. Me and Sammy casually asked, hey, can we have some jungle wood? And I was tasked with making a jungle island. I was like, no, but with no ark and island and suddenly no free time for the next 4 days. And when we were doing the petition thing, I can't really remember what it was. I think Joe basically just mistyped a command or didn't really think about a command and killed everyone, which in itself was, in hindsight, hilarious. And after that, several of us asked, can we be teleported back? And he probably didn't see all of them because there were so many. But he didn't see that I needed to be teleported back. And right after, he used the kill command wrong and basically killed all the entities. And I, because of the fact that I was still at my base, I suddenly became deathly afraid that, oh, he's just killed all the entities on all the farms we've been building. That is 4 days of work gone to waste. And it bothered me so much that I just instantly left. I just like, no, no, this is not happening. I'm leaving. And I went offline, and I closed the stream. I was like, I'm not even going to bother watching this, and I left, and I didn't log back on to the server for 2-3 days, simply because I was legitimately mad. Like, I was angry. I was genuinely angry. And in hindsight, it was of course very silly, but there and then it was like, oh yes, finally something I can be angry at. But let's circle back to a point, shall we? So the point is that I think when it sort of when it dawned on me in hindsight, like a couple of days after that, that was just silly. There was no reason to be annoyed at it. That's sort of when I realised that, okay, I am clearly more affecting. Hello, I Fally, I English teacher. Me very English. Well, yes. Have you ever gone far as decided to use? But yeah, in hindsight, I think that incident in particular sort of made me realise that, okay, I am clearly angry at something and I need to deal with it. And that's when I just decided what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to not make videos. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to bother with any sort of content for the next for the next couple of days. And I took a little mini break, and I didn't really announce it. It was an unannounced, it was an unscheduled interruption of programming. But it sort of got me thinking, and that's sort of the thing I really want to cover in this Talking Tuesdays. The first Talking Tuesday replacing Mental Health Mondays. I wanted to talk a little bit about my role as a content creator and my plans going forward. Thank you, whoever slept. Because Hello, Mr. Pizza Dude. Thank you very much for the follow, Mr. Pizza Dude 24. How are you doing? I'm the reason for the kill, so sorry. No, don't be sorry. It's not your fault. It was, in hindsight, hilarious. Rewatching the clip, it was hilarious. And I'm laughing at it now. I just consider it funny, and I sort of try to just not think about the fact that it annoyed me as much as it did there and then. You were responsible and left the server when you were frustrated. That's a lot better than taking it on others. Yeah, that's one thing I'm very glad to sort of have learned as a teacher. It is that you can never take your anger out. I've had some colleagues and some teachers of my own who were the sort of like, if they were having a bad day, that would be every single student's problem, and that for me is just absolute nonsense. Like, you can never take your anger out on a student, and I'm trying to hold myself to that standard, not only in the classroom but in general, simply because I think it would be absolutely silly of me to take that out on someone else, because it's not someone else's problem that I am angry, and it would be stupid of me to take that out on anyone. Agreed, Alpin. It's not easy to take a step back instead of lashing out. It's good they had the right reaction. Thank you. I hope I did. But yeah, let's talk content creation. So I have been very fortunate to have some very good experiences lately. Many of them courtesy of NJ Coffee Junkie. Yes, the NJ Coffee Junkie of Twitch. One of which was I got to play Among Us with a bunch of very cool people, including Joe and NJ, Pasta, who all of whom I know already, but also I got to play with a couple of very awesome people that I had never met before. And that was thank you very much, the Bluk Knight and Bob Campio 69. Nice. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. I chose Chaos. Chaos is honestly always the most entertaining route. But yeah, I got to have some really, really good fun lately, playing Among Us with a lot. It was sort of dawned on me, and I think I said this in the stream, folks, Discord, because it was the only place I felt I could say it without looking like a nerd. And that is, it dawned on me as I was sitting there in the voice chat and everyone was talking to each other, and Joe and NJ were discussing how to introduce everyone. Like, they wanted to do a nice little introduction of everyone, and as Joe and NJ were doing this, I sort of had my little Tom Holland moment. For those of you who've seen the clip of Tom Holland when the first time he met Robert Downey Jr., he's like, "Oh my God, Robert Downey Jr." And it dawned on me as I was sitting there, and I took a gaze to the side on the screen where I keep my Discord, and that's when it dawned on me that I am right now in a voice chat playing Among Us with 3 hermits. And I panicked. I had to just very carefully step outside of my office for a minute because I panicked. And I panicked hard because it dawned on me I am currently in a voice chat with 3 hermits. I am trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill Goodegger. And I sort of I just walked outside and I just stood in the hallway like Hercules. And then I went, and NJ might remember this, that in the beginning there was a long period where I didn't say anything. And that was because I was locally muted, standing out in the hallway, trying not to have a panic attack. And it was hilarious. And for me, I am the sort of person who have spent... Like, I think I've discussed this before. I am a person who has had the good fortune of spending the first 20 odd years of my life with undiagnosed social anxiety. And probably some sort of rejection sensitive record store day, RSD, that thing. And I very often, I have to admit, very often if I make rejection sensitivity disorder, thank you, that's the one. And I very often find myself, if I'm making videos and they don't do well, then I sort of very quickly enter the sort of spiral where it's like, oh, what am I doing wrong? Like, okay, my video is currently not doing well, so I can only assume that I have now completely lost the ability to video. I will now retire and go to Nepal and live the remainder of my life as a goat. And hello TR, welcome to the stream. Did I say I did acknowledge the 2 follows, right? Yeah, I did. Thank you very much once again. Like whenever if I make a video and it doesn't do well, I immediately sort of go into the brain mode, the bad brain space, where it's like, okay, what am I doing wrong? What did I do wrong? Why is this video terrible? And what I find more recently, not recently, but one thing I think I've become more, what do you call it? I do not have the ability to English today because I have been driving all day. Attentive to a thing that I feel like I now sort of am more attentive to and sort of realize more is that for some reason, I am very sensitive to hearing how well everyone else is doing. Like, and it's petty and it's stupid and it's bollocks. And now that I know this, I can hopefully try to improve. But one thing I've noticed is that I will never be like very loud about it. But whenever I see someone being like, oh, I just hit 500 followers, or I just hit, I just hit 500 followers, or I just hit 1,000 followers, or, oh, I just got 10,000 views on one of my videos, or anything like that, my brain instantly goes to, why is this not happening to me? And it's petty, and it's stupid, and it's bollocks. Instead of being like, oh, yay, they're doing good, how good for them, as normal people do, I instantly go, why don't I have 1,000 followers? Why are they doing so much better than me? Surely their content is not better than mine. I know, petty, stupid, and it's so silly because I think it's something I've been doing without really realizing. Also, NJ Coffee Junkie redeem posture check. Let's stretch these shoulders. Let's lock my knees underneath my desk, otherwise the chair will tip back and I'll hit my head on the table again and it hurts. Oh, I think I just pulled my kidney. Ugh. Good lord. Anyway, What was I talking about? I feel that's very natural human response. Yeah. But the thing, for me, it's all, I sort of can't help but feel bad that I'm responding in that way. Because I'm like, I should be feeling good on their behalf. Like, if I see someone do good, I should be like, oh, yay. They're doing good. That's great. And for me, it's... You legitimately had a bathroom... Sorry, my dyslexia kicked in. I read NJ because of writing bathroom is now clean. GG on bathroom being clean, by the way. I read that as I legitimately had a depressive bathroom episode last week, and I just instantly got... I'm sorry, NJ. I just instantly got pictures of NJ just bawling in a bathroom because her video didn't get enough views. And I'm sorry, I'm a terrible person, once again. Much good, very English. Yes, I swear I'm an English teacher. You can. I'll show you my diploma. But yeah, the thing that I find with myself, odd enough, that legit happened for a different reason. Oof. Very sorry. But I mean, we all have different reactions to things. My reaction patterns are not healthy. I am very certain of that. I am very fond of the go into the garage and break things method of reacting, which is extremely healthy. It's why my garage has several dents in it. It's also why my old Suzuki had a dent in it. It was also a terrible car and deserved it. Just for the record. I've struggled to name a bathroom I haven't cried in. I've never been, and my wife hates it, I've never been the emotional kind of guy. I'm strange in that way. Panic attacks, yes. Emotions, no. It's not like I don't have them. It's just that my body does not have a desire to express them. And I know that my wife hates this. Let's head back downstairs. Good cry in a work bathroom hits different. I've had a good scream in a work bathroom. Does that count? But anyway, to the point, because I swear there is a point. So the thing for me, then I switched up my hormones and I cry very easily. So yeah, what was I saying? That what it became for me was it became a sort of thing where it's like how does one say this? I became as my content creation became a self-fulfilling prophecy in the way that I would actively hinder myself. Like I would be like, I should stream. I should really get back into streaming. And then I would instantly be like, no, why do sponges sizzle? Because I'm placing them in the nether so that they dry. My latest bathroom requires a whole thing. I'll tell you off stream one of these days. Yes. I will talk to you later about that, NJ. But yeah, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy, because it was like, I should really make a video. And then it would be, but why should I make a video? Because no one is going to watch it anyway. And then I would be, no, if I'm, but people are asking me to make a video. So if I make a video, people will watch it. Oh, but the people have been waiting for so long already. I really need to get started on that video. And because I've been waiting so long already, people have forgotten me and are no longer interested in my videos. And as such, there's no point in making the videos. And scene. Looks at the incomplete footage of episode 11 that needs to be finished this week. I will gladly trade you, NJ, your unfinished episode 11, for my 9.5 hours of unedited Phasmophobia footage. That I'm also supposed to edit, but I am becoming overwhelmed, and because of that I'm not editing it, and because of that I'm not making videos. And I think for me, the problem was that when I it's very interesting in the way that I've never cared about the... And I know saying this makes it sound like it's not true, but I have never really cared about the numbers. I've never really cared about the numbers when it comes to streaming. Because it's like I've said before, I stream because it's fun. And it is also my belief that a stream with less viewers and a better community is a better experience than a stream with 7 bazillion viewers where you can't keep up with chat. Like I've been to Mumbo streams. I know what happens there. It's terrifying. Oh, I broke part of the wall. There we go. And I lost my train of thought again. Yes, I've never really cared about the numbers, because for me they are just that. They are numbers. And I've like right now, the ability, like right now we can have a conversation like this. I can easily follow my chat, and it just feels very homey and very cozy, and this is how I want my streams to be. I'm very glad that my streams are like this. But at the same time, I find myself very often being like, oh, why should I stream? I'm only going to have like 3 people watching me anyway, and there's no point, etc. Why am I investing so much time in this, etc. And it's like I've said before, the numbers game really distracts you from what's supposed to be the fun part of streaming. Like, I find it very distracting, and I've said this before, that the system, like Twitch and YouTube and everything, they are constantly reminding you of the numbers. Like, they are constantly reminding you, hey, that video you made isn't doing as well as your other videos. And it makes it very hard to sort of keep going. Like, for instance, I have been very much doubting how... There we go. I have been very much doubting whether or not my videos are worth my time. Simply because... Not because I'm not happy with... not because I'm not happy with the videos. I have yet to make a video that I'm not happy with, because I would never post a video I wasn't happy with. But at the same time, I had my favorite part of these video streams, yeah. I think the issue is that, okay, sorry, I missed a few messages here. Big oof, but mood. I have 8 minutes and realised I needed the updated replay mod. Took a while to get that situated. Oh, oof. And I've said this before, and I've said it to NJ, and I've said it to others. I refuse to support replay mod. And that is because my experiences with the replay mod support team is terrible. Like, I've said this before. I feel like a big issue with the replay mod support is that they have very much a sort of, oh hey, you need help? Try giving us money approach to things, and I'm not all that fond of that. I feel like, hey, why don't you make a mod that works decently in its free version before you expect me to start paying for it? And also, and this is public information, this is all available on the Patreon page, the two guys creating replay mod, they make almost twice the average American living wage. Like, there are households in America that earn less than the replay mod do through Patreon. And I'm here like, they already, and people are asking like, well, when is replay mod coming? When is the next version coming? When can we expect an update? Like, oh, it's something they work with on their off time. And I'm like, you know what? Screw you. You make, like, the replay guy, and this is not even a joke, the replay mod Patreon makes the same amount of money a month as I do after tax. And they're going to tell me, oh, we're not going to be able to have this simple mod ready almost 3 weeks after, like 3-4 weeks after a new version of the game came out, when every single mod developer other than them have been able to. I'm sort of like, sorry, I'm not buying it. I feel like, and I'm not gonna campaign here, but I feel like if there's one thing that would be good for replay mod, it would be competition. I wish someone would make a mod that could challenge replay mod, simply because my experiences with the replay mod, especially the replay mod support, is so abhorrent that I am just extremely turned off using them in the future. I've even gotten to the point where I've considered just getting a camera account so I can do that instead, just so I can avoid. Like, I'm rather gonna pay 20 euros for another Minecraft account than give 20 euros a month to replay mod, so that the replay mod creator can sit on a chair and scratch his arse and not update the mod, despite being paid the average wage of Norway every month. I'm like, no, sorry mate, that is not gonna fly. There is no excuse to work that slowly when you get that amount of money. It's like, if I got this amount of money on Patreon every month, I would be adding so much stuff to the server, doing so much cool community stuff, just because I would not have the bollocks. I would not have the conscience to sort of take that sort of money every month from people and then just sit there and not do anything with it. I just wouldn't feel right. And I mean, I still have mixed feelings about the server Patreon, because right now the Patreon pretty much covers the cost of the server. Pretty much. It depends a bit on the exchange rate, but most months the Patreon covers the server costs. And some of the money that we've had left over, we've used for server events and for upgrades. We upgraded the server storage box so we would have a better backup solution. So we do stuff like that. But I am very, very glad that I'm no longer paying for the server out of pocket, because it got very expensive. And seeing as we still only have one income, if we didn't have, like, honestly, if we didn't have the Patreon, we wouldn't be able to keep the server going. And I'm very glad we're able to, because I know a lot of people really enjoy playing here and don't really have other options in terms of servers. So Replay mod is so counterintuitive. Yeah, it's not exactly easy to use either. So, yeah. That's my 2 cents on the replay mod, people. But yeah, as I was about to say, before we started talking about replay mod, I think my issue with creating content is that I feel like, I think it stems from disappointment in the way that, not that I'm like, when I see that some people, like when I see that people I know who I know have created content for less time than me or the same time as me are doing so much better than me. It's not that I'm angry that they're doing good, but it's that I am very, very disappointed that I'm not. Like, what is my excuse for not having the numbers they currently have? Like, why am I not doing this good? Like, they are able to do this. Why? Like, I have no excuse to not be able to do this. So why am I not being better than this? Like, I think that is one of the main issues, that I find myself being very critical of, like, I am clearly doing something wrong since I have X views while this person has X views. And my streams are clearly boring because that person has so many more followers than me, etc, etc. But then I think we started touching on this briefly last stream, I think, or last time we talked about this, is that it is just so important to remember that streaming comes down to, well, not entirely this, but a solid portion of content creation comes down to luck. For instance, one of the most popular streamers on Twitch right now, and I think I've mentioned this before actually, is SkyFullO of the Dream SMP. And I remember watching Phil's streams back when he was a tiny Minecraft hardcore streamer, and he used to have like 40-50 views, and I would raid him if I was doing Minecraft stuff, and I'd pop in and we'd chat for a bit, and he'd ask what I was doing, and I raided him, he raided me. It was like he was a tiny Minecraft streamer, I was an even tinier Minecraft streamer, and we used to support each other. And then suddenly Phil dies, not in real life, but in his Minecraft hardcore world, and it gets picked up by every news outlet in the universe. And Phil goes from having 50 viewers to having 5,000 viewers in the span of a week. And it was just so weird. And now, because I still follow Phil, now he has, like, the last time I saw he was live, he had 60,000 viewers. Phil is about to start showing up in the Nielsen ratings. 60,000 viewers. It is bonkers. And why did this happen? It's quite simple. Because he died. Because he died, and it was a good story, and the gaming sites picked up on it, and then the BBC picked up on it, and he was then, because of his already then luck, a stroke of luck fame, he was invited to join an SMP made by a trending YouTuber. And Phil, as TR has pointed out, that just shows that sometimes success really does come down to pure luck. And then, but then you also have the other ones, like the you know, the kings of the and queens of the grind, like Etho. Like Etho has, if I'm not mistaken, the longest running Let's Play series on YouTube ever. Etho Plays Minecraft is, if I'm not mistaken, the longest running Let's Play ever. And it's still going. And Etho hasn't had luck. Etho has he has done the grind since day one. And same this, we of course also have, of course, if you get lucky and go viral, that helps. Like Grian and Mumbo, they went viral, and some of these other big YouTubers, they went viral at some point and got very lucky. But at the same time, Mumbo didn't post like 5 videos and then got super lucky with his 5th video. Mumbo posted like 400 or 500 videos before he got big. And oh, spiffy. And there's so many other content creators who they do the grind. They do the grind for weeks and weeks and weeks, for months and years, and eventually they become big. And then you have some of them who get very, very lucky, like Phil was an example of getting very lucky. But also some of the other biggest YouTubers are products of sheer luck. For instance, I'm sure many of you are familiar with an Irish YouTuber called Sean McLaughlin, better known as Jacksepticeye. Jack was a tiny YouTuber who had like, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 subscribers. He was not big in any way. And then he was mentioned, he was given a shout out by Felix, and suddenly he became very big. And then he did some collabs with several other content creators, and now he is one of the biggest YouTubers. Hey, that's good, Em. I feel like Emily's trash updates are very needed news breaks. Like Walter Cronkite coming in here to say, breaking news from Dallas, Texas. The upstairs landing and lower landing are now clean of trash. Back to your regular scheduled programming. But yeah, it is very, sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's not. And I think the big problem today, and I think we've discussed this, like I find myself discussing this with students now and then. Because there are so many people who, when you ask like what do you want to do, what are your career plans, and they're like, oh, I'm going to become a YouTuber, I'm going to become the next big thing on YouTube. I'm like, how do you plan on doing this? I'm going to play Fortnite, right? How do you plan on sticking out from the 7 million children who already play Fortnite on YouTube? And like, oh, they don't know. They're going to really try. And football is the sort of sport where if you're really good and you put a lot of effort into it and you practice hard every day, you might just become big. Like Zlatan Ibrahimovic, one of the greatest footballers of our time. Zlatan Ibrahimovic is one of the greatest footballers of our time because Zlatan has spent, in his own words, about 12 hours every day on football for his entire childhood. He has sunk so much time, effort, and energy into football that he can now say that he is one of, if not the best footballer of our generation. But I feel like when it comes to content creation, you can like I've said this before. It annoys me that Joe, who in my honest opinion is the most interesting of the hermits and who has the highest quality videos of the hermits, it annoys me that Joe has 130,000 subscribers, while Grian, who is a great content creator, don't get me wrong, he has millions. And same with Mumbo, he has millions. Same with Azuma, has like 1.5 million. What is it that Azuma, Mumbo, Grian have that Joe doesn't? And that sort of, I feel like that is one of the great unfairnesses of YouTube and content creation, that some of the best content creators out there, they don't get the attention they deserve because they don't have the required luck. And hello Squidface, welcome to the stream. We are just talking about content creation. And it's like, but it's like Beef and Corrales also have 2 million. Yeah, like they have so many, and they are great content creators. Don't get me wrong, they're amazing content creators. But it's like, so's Joe. So's Stress and Cleo and Falls. Why aren't all the hermits at 2 million? Is the real question. Why? How is it that? And same when it comes to other channels. Why is it that some of the most interesting channels, for instance, I'm gonna give an example. One of my favorite YouTubers is a guy called Techmoan, who is a UK YouTuber who does old retro technology and stuff, and he is so amazingly interesting, and he's one of my favorite YouTubers. But there's another guy who also has a channel called The Westlife, and he makes content that is quite similar, if not identical, to Techmoan, with the main difference being that he has an American accent. And despite their content being almost identical, Westlife has a fraction of the subscribers. And it sort of drives home the point for me that you can be an amazing content creator in the same way that you can be an amazing footballer. You can be an amazing content creator all your life and still sit at 20,000 subscribers even after, like, let's say that you do content creation almost full time for like 5 years and you sit at 20,000 subscribers. Meanwhile, someone who makes far worse videos than you are sitting at 10 million subscribers because they got lucky and one of their videos went viral. But then again, that's just life as well. It's like football. You can be the best footballer in the world, but it doesn't help if you're not noticed by an agent or a club. But I feel like if you're an amazing footballer, word of mouth will eventually get you the attention of an agent. While when it comes to content creation in terms of like YouTube, Twitch and stuff, I feel like that word of mouth doesn't really carry as much because, like, oh, you should check out this guy, he makes great videos. Like, oh, thanks, but I already subscribed to 400 people on YouTube. I don't have the brain capacity for another one. And that is a mood. Like, I have been recommended so many YouTubers by people. Like, for instance, on the Streamfolks Discord, I've been recommended so many different channels on the Streamfolks Discord that I just and I kind of feel bad when I sort of say, oh yeah, I'm gonna give it a watch, when I know that I'll probably never give it a watch, simply because I already have so much on my plate and I just don't have time for another channel. And I feel like when this is circling to a point now, and when I sort of have those bad moments where I feel like, oh, I am a lousy content creator, that's when I feel like it really helps to sort of remember that but No, I'm not. Well, I'm not saying I'm a good content creator, but I'm saying that. Have I really put in the grind? Not really yet. No, I feel like at this point, I would not. Like I'm gonna put it in this way. I have the views, the followers, and the numbers that I deserve, based on the time and effort I have put into this. If I had made 500 videos and streamed regularly 3 times a week for ages, then maybe I would have been like, okay, I feel like my numbers deserve to be higher. But right now, I feel like I can. A lot will help. A thing that helps is that just remind myself that I have the numbers that I deserve. I have the numbers that I've worked for. Do I want to get 1,000 followers? That's like one of my goals for this year was get 1,000 followers by the end of 2021. I think it's doable, but I think if I want the 1,000 followers, then I need to do more for it. I need to do more to deserve those 1,000 followers. And I hope that I'm going to be able to do that now that I don't have a thesis looming over my head, and I'm actually able to dedicate more time into creating content. So yeah, so that's something that is going to be interesting to see. Will Fally eventually get 1,000 followers? Who knows? Stay tuned. And honestly, I wonder about Joe too. I think his million will come soon. I really, really hope that Joe gets. I really, really hope that Joe gets the attention and credit that he deserves sooner or later, because it's like I've said before. Joe for me was the. I actually went back now and checked my YouTube logs via my email. Joe was the second hermit I subscribed to. I actually found the oldest email I have. People have. We had a discussion in the StreamFolks Discord, like, how long have you been following Hermitcraft? And people were going back into their emails and seeing what was the oldest recommendation they could find. And it was a lot of them were like, oh, look here, I have a mention of Scar in 2018, and oh, looky here, I have a mention of. How did I do that? And looky here, I have this mention of this and that, and like oh, I've been watching, yeah, that sort of thing. Like, oh, I've been watching this and that streamer since then. And I went into my YouTube emails. Back then, you used to get something called your personal YouTube digest on your email, and it was basically, here are all the, because back then there were no such thing as recommendations on the front page. So you would get an email with videos of like, here's what your subscribers have been up to, or the people you subscribe to have been up to. And the oldest one I have is a YouTube digest alerting me that, hey, Izuma Void has just released episode 7 of Hermitcraft. Yes, episode 7 of season 1. That is my oldest YouTube digest email. And that was probably right after I subbed to Izuma. So that's something. So I have been following Izuma since the very, very start of season 1. I think at this point, I am allowed to call myself a veteran when it comes to Hermitcraft. So that's funny. And it's just so funny to see how Hermitcraft has changed. Like when I started watching Hermitcraft, it was this tiny little series about a tiny little game that no one was playing. No one was playing. Minecraft wasn't really that popular back then. It was. I think Minecraft was considered a very nerdy game. Like it was like the graphics weren't really that good. The game was hard to get. Like there were no tutorials. You sort of had to. It was trial and error, or you had to go online and find manuals or the Minecraft wiki, and it was like a very strange game. So it wasn't really the videos weren't really that popular, and I remember it was like when you wrote a comment on the videos, you would get an instant response. Like if you wrote something to Joe or Azuma, you would get an instantaneous response because they were probably like, "Oh my god, I got a comment." And it's just hilarious to think back at how that has changed. How that has changed to what Hermitcraft is now. Hermitcraft now is a phenomenon. Like now it's like... Now we've reached the point where it's like I said earlier, when I was in a voice chat with 3 hermits, I panicked. Because it was like, oh my god, I'm in a voice chat with 3 hermits. When back then, I remember when I first joined Azuma's Discord, it was like, oh hey X, and he would just be, oh hi. It was so chill, and that's also one of the things I really like about the content creators, like for instance Azuma and Joe, is that they were always, at least in my experience, they were always very down to earth. And especially Joe is one of the most down-to-earth people I've ever met. So that's awesome. I'm very glad we have those sort of content creators and not just a sort of over-the-top, look at me, how big I am type of content creators that sadly I feel like a lot of content creators nowadays are. And I mean, I can understand that it's a struggle. I'm going into rant mode now. I'm in a Discord called, and that is also a Discord I can recommend actually, if you're a gamer and a streamer, content creator, and you're older than 30. There's a Discord called Get Off My Lawn, which is basically a space for content creators over 30 to find other content creators over 30 and do networking. And it was the invention of a content creator called Maiden of Ruin. Who said she wanted I can't remember her exact wording, but it was like she wanted a space where adult streamers can actually find other adult streamers without being buried in a sea of all the content creators on the platform. Like just basically a hangout for people who are actually adults, older than 30. And it's so weird to see just the sheer amount of people doing the struggle. And that really has helped me, the perspective of being in that Discord. Also, hello Nuke, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. And I'm just to give some context to it. Like this one of the channels here is in that Discord is called the Affiliate Grind. And it's where people can share their thoughts about their road towards Twitch affiliate. And it's when I go into that channel, you can see so many content creators who are making great content being like, oh, I wish I had 50 followers because then I could make affiliate. And that's when I sort of sit here and I go, wow, I am very, very lucky. I have been very, very lucky because I was able to get affiliate very quickly. Simply because, and this also boils down to a point. I was able to get affiliate very quickly And that's because when I started streaming again, because as some of you might remember, I streamed from back in 2017 and then or 2016 and then I stopped and then I restarted in 2016. No, sorry, I streamed in 2016 and then I stopped and I started streaming in 2019. There you go. And I streamed on Zuma's Patreon server as part of some Patreon events that we did on that server. And because this was a big community event, everyone in Azuma's community came out and I was part of it. Everyone was watching. We were raiding each other. We were having fun. Azuma was popping into the stream chats and hanging out. And Azuma was following and Azuma was hosting and sort of giving everyone a good boost because he thought it was awesome that his community banded together and did this big community thing on his server. And because of that, I was basically... It was like a boost straight to affiliate, and I was able to get affiliates so quickly. And seeing how people are struggling just to get affiliate, and people who are so dead set, like, oh, if I can only get one more view, and I'm like sitting here like, I have this amazing community, and I have so many awesome people tuning into almost every single stream, watching pretty much every single video, and I am and I dare sit here and think, oh, my numbers are so low. I need to mute my phone. Give me a second. That's sort of when it dawned on me that I have absolutely no right to complain, because I am so well off compared to so many others. And I feel like getting that perspective now and then really, really helped. Because at the end of the day, you can be the best content creator in the world and still never go big, simply because you don't have that luck. It's like, let's not forget that Vincent van Gogh, one of the most renowned artists on this earth, was never appreciated in his lifetime, because there and then people didn't know of him. And I'm not saying that we're all Van Goghs, but it's sort of a testament to, well, if people didn't even discover Van Gogh, then surely there's hope for you as well. And I just feel like, I think way too many content creators, me included, are being way too hard on themselves. And as NJ says here, we have to remember not to measure ourselves by another's ruler. Like, for me, I think the big mistake that I do is that I am constantly, even though I try my best not to do and tell myself I'm not going to do it, I think the mistake that I always do is I compare myself way too much to other people. Instead of being like, instead of being like, oh, look, my latest video has 20 views. That means 20 people watched my video. That's awesome. Like, instead of doing that, I fall into the trap where I go, oh, 20 people watched my video, but 25 people watched my previous video. What did I do wrong? I sort of fall into that trap. And you fall into that trap of focusing on the negatives and the downsides rather than the positives, when what I should be telling myself is, this video, if we turn it around a bit, this video got more views, twice the amount of views on the first 2 days that my first 10 videos did. And I remember when I put out the first episode of Shamblecraft, it got, and I remember this because I took a screenshot because I thought it was awesome, it got 11 views in the first day. And I remember being like, wow, 11 people. I had 11 people watch my video instantly. That's awesome. And how can I be like that for episode 1, and now I'm like, oh, only twice the amount of people are watching my videos now. And it's like, it sort of makes me realize that yes, I am the problem, but not in the way I think. Because it's not, instead of telling myself I'm not doing good, I'm not creating good enough content, I'm not taking this seriously enough, I'm not spending enough, like, instead of focusing on all the things that I perceive as wrong, I need to be better at focusing on the things I'm doing right. Like, for instance, I am still doing it. I haven't quit, even though I've wanted to quit. And I've thought about quitting so many times. I've written on Twitter the sort of like, dear Shamblecraft community, I have decided to retire. I've decided to not make any more videos. I have written that letter and had it ready on Twitter to post so many times. And I've sent it to people and ask them, like I say, what do you think? And every time they tell me the same thing. Well, why don't you sleep on it? Why don't you sleep on it? Why don't you let that sit for a day and then consider it? And if you like, give it a week, take a break, and if you still want to quit, then fine. And every time I've decided, no, I'm not going to quit. It's not worth it. And I think what NJ said is actually very apt and very good. It's I need to stop measuring myself with the wrong ruler. Like, I need to stop telling myself that I'm not a good content creator because I'm not getting the same number of views as this person and the same number of followers as that person. I need to stop telling myself that and start telling myself, hey, I am doing extremely well compared to how I was doing. I'm doing very well compared to how I was doing half a year ago. And like, hey, I've actually, and that was actually thoughts I had now that I'm working on episode 52. I have, with the exception, like, if we add it together, with the exception of 2 weeks, I have been able to create one Shamblecraft video for every single week of the last calendar year, despite working a full-time job and being a full-time student. And I think if I elect, what I need to do, I need to start seeing things that way. Like, not be like, oh, I was only able to stream once this week, and I was only able to make one video this week. Instead of that, I should be like, I was able to stream this week despite having a deadline. I was able to create a video this week despite spending 20 hours working on my thesis. I was able to do this and that this week despite having grading 100 papers. And I think that is something that a lot of the smaller content creators, like myself, need to hear. And the thing is, no one tells you this. There's no one out there saying you're doing it. It's like, there's no one out there. There's not enough people, I feel, out there telling the smaller content creators that you are doing your best. And that is all we can expect. I think way too many people, me included, end up sort of sitting there like, oh, look how many views he got. Look how many views she got. Oh, look at her stream. She has 7 bazillion followers. And no one actually comes up to you and tells you, you know what? Look at it this way. Your latest video had 3 times as many views as your first video. Yes, it had less views than your previous video, but that's still a 300% improvement from your first one. And I feel like I really, really wish the emails and the stuff you get from Twitch and YouTube and all of that shit, I wish they would focus on that. I wish they would focus on, hey, it's been a year and your average for the last month is much better than your average from the first month of the year. I missed some messages. That's something to be really proud of. Thank you. Pile is half a meter wide and 20 centimeters tall. Good grief, mostly dog hair. You see, I'm starting to feel my allergies acting up just reading it. Just let me land it. There we go. I'm always impressed by how frequently you can post fantastic videos. This 100%. Thank you very, very much to both of you. That means a lot. And that's the thing. It's so weird because when and this is probably just my mentality or my lack of a mentality. I look at my videos and I'm like, instead of being like, hey, look at this video, very often I find myself being like, it's not that good of a video. I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done that. Oh, I should have done that. That would have improved the video so much, etc. I think a lot of it is because of the way it's being sold to you. Because, like, when I go into my YouTube account, it doesn't tell you, like, oh, hey, 70% of the, like, 80% of the people who watched your last video came back and watched this one. But what they will do is like, I say that your numbers are going down. Yes, you're not getting many views as you did last week. So what we gonna do, we're gonna put this big here red arrow on the middle of your YouTube studio page to remind you that you're doing a piss poor job of creating that content. I don't know why YouTube has a southern accent. Oh, I missed a couple of... Hey, there's 15 people here who'd rather be doing nothing else but listen to you right now. You're made out of awesome. Thank you very much, Johnny. That I really appreciate that. And yeah, that is... I feel like that is how you have to watch it. Also, is that how many views we got? I decided on the... As a tip, I think it actually was NJ who tipped me about it. I've turned my view account off because I have the views I want to have. That's what I care about. I have to run to an appointment. Bye, and thanks for the down to earth conversation. Thank you for coming and listening to me ramble, Alpen. You're always welcome. And enjoy the lurk. And thank you to all of you for your kind messages. I really appreciate them. Agreeing with Johnny and Jesse. Josh is cleaning the downstairs living room. Cleaning. There's very few things here in life that are worse than cleaning a house. Glad to be a listening ear. Thank you for being a listening ear. I'm starting to get a tad hungry. I might have to go get a snack a bit. I'm actually planning on streaming a bit later than usual today, because Edmund is not at home, so I don't have to worry about the time as much. So I'm actually going to be streaming a tad later than usual. A tad later and a tad longer. So that's fun. But I'm going to have to go grab a snack pretty soon, because I'm starting to get a bit hungry. So yeah. So let's go away from the heavier topics for a second, and let's have a fun story. So my son Edmund is currently at my parents' cabin with my parents, and oh, pause the joke. Dad noises intensifies. But yeah, we went. So Edmund has been at my parents' cabin since Saturday, and we had I called my mum and we had a deal. Like, okay, so that he doesn't completely wear them out, we had a deal that we would drive to the cabin today, Tuesday, and pick him up. And we would come in, we could have, and then we'd have dinner, we'd have coffee, and then we'd bring Edmund home when we left, because it's about an hour drive from here. And we come in there, and my mum had already sort of warned us, like, yeah, good luck bringing him home. Like, he's not going to go anywhere. And I no, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. And we come in there, because he's had this fixation for a while now that. Because he's currently on his holiday from kindergarten, and he's had this fixation in his head for a while that the next time he's staying with my parents, he's going to stay for 5 nights. That's been his fixation for a while, like 5 nights, 5 sleeps, as he calls it. That has been, like, he's definitely doing that. And my parents were a bit like, yeah, maybe 5 is a tad long. And we sort of agreed, well, we'll drive in there Tuesday and pick him up. And we get there. And he's just like, oh, hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. I'm not going home. Like, okay, no. I've only had 3 sleeps. I've got 2 sleeps left. I'm doing 5 sleeps. And my mum was just like, yeah, this good luck. And eventually we had dinner, and eventually we had coffee, and I got to go visit my aunt, or my dad's aunt, technically, who is now 91 years old and still lives at the family farm all alone. And I got to drop by her and visit her and have a cup of coffee and talk to her for the first time in 3 years because of several things. And did I get a message? No. I'm just going to eat some chocolate. Excuse the disgusting sounds. I just need to get my blood sugar up a bit. And eventually we returned home. Sans child. So Edmund is now being dropped off on Thursday. Instead. So he got his wish. And he's very happy about it. Okay, I think... Are we just going to spiral it? I think we're just going to spiral it. So this one now. Ah, that was a miss. So yeah, because of that, we now have an additional 2 days off. That I didn't really plan for. But I don't mind the additional 2 days off. By all means. Haha, you're splashing on the ground, you tit. I have no sympathy for you. You've been murdering me for 3 days. I don't think a kid wants to actually stay 5 Nights at Freddy's. I am fairly certain that he would not know. 5 Nights at Freddy's is actually a game I have never played. I've seen people play it, but I've never played it myself. I have never been a fan of horror games. Mostly because I am a wimp. Vampire pineapple thing. Kill him. I have killed him. Fork. I am never playing that game. I think Fast is scary enough as it is. But I have now been desensitizing myself by watching Nuke's top 5 videos on repeat for a week. I've basically binged watch all of Nuke's top 5. I've basically been binging Nuke's top 5 videos. All of his videos from 2019, 20 and 21. And I've desensitized myself to scary ghost things, meaning I can now play Faz and not even get scared. And I noticed it yesterday when we were playing Faz. You misspelled horror and apparently... Oh, I know why. That's because horror with one R is Swedish for horror, which I can't tell you what means, because I'm fairly certain it will flag it. But let's just say that that is Swedish. That is the Swedish term for the world's oldest profession. Fast is definitely horror. Oh yeah. That being said, NJ's Trilogy of Death in Phasmophobia is one of the funniest things ever put to digital video format. I laughed so hard watching it. I was just Carpenter. But yeah, I noticed it yesterday when we were playing. I can't remember who I was playing with. I was playing with... Who were we yesterday was playing? It was me, Jess, Alvin, Pony, I think. And we were playing, I had the ghosts in my face. And someone actually pointed it out. I can't remember who pointed it out to me. I think maybe it was Pony who actually pointed it out. That when we started playing, I wouldn't even walk into the house. Like, I would hide in the doorway because, oh, the ghost is scary. And now I went into the ghost room, straight into the ghost room, placed the camera and just sat there with a ghost spawned next to me and started breathing in my ear. I just said, don't breathe in my ear, you bollock. And I didn't even flinch. So I think we have reached the point where I can now do solo hunt, a solo professional Phas. I shouldn't have said that because I am now going to be forced to do that, but solo professional Phas. You heard it here first. How hard can it be? Do I have one sponge left? I do. Back to the nether we go. And I think we've been going for about 2 hours. I'm going to go for a bit more, but I just need to get a very quick snack because I'm getting a bit hungry. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait right here, and I'm going to hit the break mode, and I'm just going to go and make myself a sandwich real quick, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So please don't leave. Hello, Peter. Welcome to the cool side of the pillow. I'm going to stay in podcast mode while I eat my sandwich. But I'm going to talk to you. And I thought, let's talk about food. Because talking about food while eating makes sense. Also, I can't just sit there and eat a sandwich for 10 minutes while you wait. So I figured, let's turn this into an eating stream, shall we? So, this is one of the most common and normal sandwich spreads in Norway. And it's called liver paste. And that's pretty much what it is. It's liver that's been turned into a paste. I feel like my cool jazz is a tad too loud. There we go. Pate, yeah, liver pate. It's very good. And this has led me to a question while I was downstairs making these sandwiches. This goes out to you viewers. What is the weird food of your country or state or city or town or whatever that is completely normal to you, but it's utterly weird to everyone else? And I have a suggestion for Norway, and that is in Norway we have something called SkyFullO, and we have something called lutefisk. Both are, well, SkyFullO is pretty good. That's more of a presentation thing, but lutefisk is gross. Cow tongue tacos. Interesting. We eat cow tongue in Norway, and it's pretty delicious actually. So can we appreciate that Pretzel just played a song called the No Pants Dance? I am here for it. I've got to turn on my lights. Set it to Valley Blue, there we go. And bacon, cheese, mushroom, oat cakes, pancakes made with flour. That one's new. That one I haven't tried. Beans on toast. Beans on toast is lovely. I always eat beans on toast when I'm in the UK, when I go to a UK hotel. And what I like is when people know that you're a foreigner and you still do beans on toast, they look at me like, a man of culture. Cooked pig blood. Like coagulated into blood sausage or like a soup? Ooh, I had pancakes made with bear and they were fun. Oh, bear pancakes are delicious. I have no idea what normal people eat, so I can't really tell if anything we eat is weird to others. Found the Swede. Angel Delight. Milk jello. I've heard of it, but I've never tasted it. We don't really do blood soup in Norway, but blood sausage We do. My husband has been asked if I was pregnant while picking up my order of Subway. It's the same when I go to when we go to McDonald's, we always order way too much food. And I always get the sort of look like, where's the rest of you? Surely this food can't be for two people. Like, you will give me my food and be silenced, peasant. Black pudding. Black pudding is also one that I've heard of, but I've never tried it. I have, however, tried haggis. And haggis was actually surprisingly edible. Black pudding is blood sausage. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I've had it. Deep fried Mars bar. That I have not tried. I think the weirdest thing I've tried in other countries when we were in New York, we went to a Mexican restaurant called Pancho Villa, which is right outside of Huntington, Long Island, and they had a sauce there called the Devil's Salsa. And we decided, I was like, the Devil's Salsa, that sounds strong. And Milo, who we were with, who sadly recently passed, he said, oh, no, it's good, it's a bit strong, but it's good. Oh, we can try that. I like salsas. And the Mexican waiter came out and like, what do you want? Oh, we're like, what, if you can take our order, and we ordered this and that, and we would like, and Milo said, and we would like one bowl of the Devil's Salsa. One little, but like a tiny little bowl, like this big. And he looked at us like, what, the Devil's Salsa? Like, yes, we want a bowl of the Devil's Salsa. Are you sure? Yes, we want a bowl of the Devil's Salsa. And then he said, pardon my language, but that salsa is not meant for white people. Now, we know. We want the salsa. Like Marlo had been there before. And apparently, the Devil's Salsa was made with jalapenos, habaneros, and ghost pepper.
Satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
I'm here like Jeff Bezos just paid several $billions to go to space. I paid $2.50 for that salsa and it had the same effect. The man could have saved so much money. Anyway. I also had, in Spain, I had fried rabbit. Which was another interesting, yeah. Let's change channels. There we go. And we are pretty much good to go. Right. I think we are good to go. I can't wait for you to come to the States so I can give you some salsa. This just in, I'm never going to the US again. Because that salsa nearly killed me. And I have no intention of touching that sort of dark magic ever again. Unless I can convince you to eat it on stream. I would probably die. Like, I could barely handle it last time. So, it would not end well. Let's dump some of the stuff we have. All this kelp. There we go. Spicy salt is worth it for sinus evacuation. Oh yes, it nearly cured my allergies. It hurt. It was painful. It was downright painful. But oh well. Those two pot peppers. Well, as long as you don't put any other like proper devil peppers in it, I'll be fine. Anything up to habanero I can do just fine, but the ghost pepper was too much. The ghost pepper, that was just not happening. But habaneros I can do, and jalapenos and everything. Actually, speaking of food, one of the recipes that I was given when we were in New York visiting Milo and Kirsty, she made the way she made scrambled eggs, the recipe she had for scrambled eggs is hands down the best scrambled eggs I've ever had in my life. And what she would do, she would cook the scrambled eggs. She should do it in normal egg mixture, egg and milk. She would use whole milk. If she wanted it to do it real thick, she would use half and half. And what she would do, just when the eggs sort of started to coagulate and come together, but before they started going dry, when there was still one sort of big wet blob, she would add a bunch of finely chopped jalapenos and a solid sort of solid cup or so, half a cup of shredded cheddar. Or shredder, if you want. Thank you. And it is hands down the best scrambled eggs I've ever had in my life. It was so delicious. And we had that for breakfast like every other morning while we were in America, and it was just so delicious. That for me is what separates a good hotel from a bad hotel. That is how well their breakfast buffet does to scrambled eggs. Like, if I go to a hotel and the breakfast buffet has bad scrambled eggs, I'm never using that hotel again. That's the sort of person I am. Like, I will gladly evaluate a hotel based solely on their scrambled eggs. Like, bed was good, TV had everything. I was given $1 million for staying there, but the scrambled eggs weren't all that good. 1 out of 5 stars. I feel like you should not be allowed to run a hotel if you don't know how to make proper scrambled eggs. That is my hot take of today. Yeah, you see, now we're starting to get into the issue here, and that is that as we keep draining these things, the guardians are getting less and less spawnable space. Love peppers as long as they... Oh, I must wonder. I make a delicious serrano tomatillo salsa. I will definitely try it. Love peppers as long as they don't kill me in the process of eating. Jalapenos and cayenne peppers are amazing. Oh yeah, jalapenos are a great addition to almost everything. Like pizza, tacos, scrambled eggs. Like a jalapeno will improve almost anything. The thing is, though, I'm from Norway, and we consider bell peppers to be hot because we are a ridiculous country. Is that dolphin climbing the scaffolding to try and get out? You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Did he die? I'd make a great motivational speaker. Dear Mr. Fally, I am terrified of death. Oh, don't worry, we're all gonna die sooner or later. Hi, Dolphin. I want to help you get out, but I don't know how. Can you climb the scaffolding? Here you go. Come on. Keep going. Go, 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 go. You bollock. Here I make you scaffolding and you just yeet yourself off it. The ungrateful bastard. I do not plan to die anytime this millennia. Alright. I'd have forgotten about your plan of conquering death. The 3 things are going to be left on this planet. The 3 things that do conquer death. Cockroaches, Johnny and Joe Hills. Horror story, but with a twist. The last man on Earth sits alone. There's a knock on the door. It's Keith Richards, the end. Where? No. There we go. That also works. I got about work is calling. Thanks for the stream. Have a nice evening. Thank you very much for coming to the stream, Jess. Have a nice evening, and I shall see you whenever we meet again. Probably hunting ghosts. Because that appears to be where we usually meet nowadays. This is a very impractical way of doing this. Parkour. But we'll get there eventually. There we go. It's going to be interesting once we get to the point where we get to take all the sand away. That's going to be interesting. But we are really getting there. But right, we've been dealing with heavy topics related to content creation. So let's talk about some other content creation related things that aren't this heavy. So, and that is, what, Fally, are your plans going forward? That's very simple. I'm going to die, first of all. Come on, at least get it there, drown, you bastards. There you go. There we go. Now we wait for them to die. So, what are my plans going forward? Well, if I bring up my original tweet, because I have forgotten what I wrote. Real Fally. Oh god, I need to scroll back through a whole lot of tweets now. Can you not? I'm trying to content create. Let's land here. It's starting to look good though. It's going to look weird once it's drained. Let me find the post I made. There we go. So, I wrote that once I get back to creating content, I was going to do a 1-year project. And while I was going to do a 1-year project, I also had some goals for the year that I set at the beginning of the year. And if I go all the way back to January to find the goals as I wrote them down, let me find them. Apparently I did not write them down. Okay, let me check somewhere else. I swear I wrote them down somewhere. There we go. At least 2 pieces of content every week until June, and then 3 pieces a week after July. Double my total amount of Twitch followers, and stop giving myself a hard time for not being good enough whenever I see low numbers and red arrows. Okay, so, number 1. At least 3 pieces of content a week. That is the plan. And what I hope to do is to do 2 streams a week and at least 1 video a week. And I have, after some back and forth, I have landed on 2 stream days, and the days I will be streaming going forward are Tuesday and Friday. Tuesday I explained earlier, but I'll summarize it again. Mondays are very hectic for me, and also Mondays are very crowded with a lot of people streaming already. So instead of adding to the pile of people streaming on Mondays, I'd rather stream on Tuesday, and it also fits my schedule better. In addition to this, I will be streaming Fridays, and the 2 stream days are going to be sort of themed in the way that Tuesdays are going to be like this. They're going to be what I call Talking Tuesdays. Talking Tuesdays are going to be the replacement for Mental Health Mondays, where we're going to be basically talking about different topics. Today we ended up talking about content creation, but sometimes we'll talk about mental health. Sometimes we'll talk about everything from teaching experiences to grief to cars, food, who knows. But the thing I do know is that the Tuesdays are going to be earmarked for streams in which we talk about things. These are streams where I won't be on voice chat. I'll have the occasional guests, but largely those are going to be streams where we talk about various topics and usually play Minecraft while we do it. So that is the plan for the Tuesday streams. In addition, I am going to be doing Fridays, and they are going to be called, predictably, Fun Times Friday. And Fun Times Friday is going to be a stream day where I stream various games. So I can play things like Phasmophobia, maybe I'll play City Skylines, we can do mini games. Sometimes I'll be on voice and we can do group stuff. All in all, that's going to be a stream where we don't talk about and cover the more deeper topics, but just play video games and have fun. In terms of videos, I have 2 series right now. We have the Shamblecraft series, of course, and I also have my Phasmophobia, but it's a Shambles videos, of which I still have 9.5 hours of footage that I will be editing down, and hopefully there should be a new Phas video out this week. In addition to that, I'm not going to talk too much about it yet because I'm still ironing out the details, but there will be a new series quite soon. I can tell you that much. There will be a new series quite soon that I am working on, that I've started getting some of the plans together for, but that I'm not fully ready to debut just yet. But it is in the pipelines, it is coming, and it is something that I look forward to presenting. It's not anything bollock. It's not sodding fork. It's not anything spectacular, but it's something that's fun enough. It's something that I've actually been thinking of and wanting to do for a long, long while, and I've just never gotten around to actually doing it. So I look very much forward to starting that. But yeah, we have AMA from M, who has now redeemed 3 AMAs. So, sodding. I keep falling down into that bloody thing. So, question number 1, favourite Pokemon. I am very boring and predictable. My favourite Pokemon is Pikachu. It's always been Pikachu. I'm also very fond of Charizard. And I've also always had a soft spot for Psyduck, because he's awesome. He's the perfect amount of derp. So those are my favourite Pokemon. Pikachu, Charizard, Psyduck, in that order. Uh, 60? Suddenly 61. That means I've lost 1 sponge down there. It's close enough. Alright. So that's question number 1. Favourite Pokemon. Pikachu, Charizard, Psyduck. That order. You have 2 questions left. You can use them as you see fit. I messed it up. How did I... There we go. Also, of course, people are welcome to ask me whatever they want, whenever they want. That AMA is just there because I had to put something there for channel points. And Twitch suggested that one. If you could get a piercing anywhere without pain, where would you get it and why? That is actually a very hard question. The thing is, I've never been fond of piercings. So even if I could get one without pain, I don't know if I would get one, because I wouldn't see a point in it. I would probably be very boring and say I'd get it in my ear, simply because it is predictable and boring, and I am a very predictable and boring person. I can tell you one place I would not get a piercing. That is in the middle of my Safford Beeblebrox, because certain places are holy and should not be touched with metal rods. So yeah, probably very boring and predictable and air. But I would definitely do it in the gay air just to confuse people. If they're holy, you don't need to pierce them. Ha ha! I applaud you, sir. That is a good joke. But yeah, I don't know. I've never been a sort of piercing sort of guy. I've always been when it comes to stuff like piercings and tattoos and all of that, I've always been very boring. I have one tattoo. I'm sitting next to a hold on, saffron people pods. Okay. Don't know how to respond to that. But yeah, I'm a very boring person. I have always been a very boring and conservative. And not conservative that way, but I've always been a very sort of boring person. I've never been one to like get piercings or tattoos or dye my hair or even dress crazily. Probably because I had a very conservative upbringing and it has damaged TM me. because I was taught from day one that if you do anything that wasn't in the Bible, then basically you are a terrible, terrible person and deserve to go to hell, which is, for me, well, nice. I was planning on going there anyway. Hold on, you have leather pants. Multiple pairs, actually. I'm just going to go dry these sponges. But for the longest time, that was the point I was getting to. For the longest time, I was the sort of person who I'd wear your standard blue jeans and flannel shirts, and I was very predictable. I looked like I was a roadie for the Eagles, and yeah, I was very predictable and boring. And as I've grown older, I've sort of gradually been trying my best to sort of come a bit more out of my shell and actually dare to like wear the clothes that I actually want to wear and have the style I actually want to have and be more not boring. Valley's fashion show when? Now, why would I do a fashion show? There are so many other things you can watch on the internet. My issue is that I have a profession where you're supposed, at least in Norway, I don't know how it is in other countries, at least in Norway, teachers are expected to dress very straightforward, conservative and boring. And if, especially here in the middle of bum F nowhere, then if you don't stick to the norm, then that's how stories start. And yeah, at times I wish I lived in a city where people don't really care about that sort of thing, where you can sort of dress and do whatever you want. To a much larger extent. But oh well. Fashion show. It's in demand, as they say. But yeah, as I was saying, I have one tattoo, and I keep forgetting that I have it. I had plans on getting a second tattoo, but the tattoo shop closed. And since that, I've just never had the time and opportunity to do it. And now tattoos have become very expensive in Norway, so now there's just no way I can afford it. So yeah, so that's the thing. But I do have one tattoo. So that's something, I guess. It's a start, as they say. Hey, what you call a gathering where you show off all your ghosts? A fashion show. It just dawned to me, I'm streaming so late, we might actually risk that some of the Americans eventually come dwindling in here. Other than the regular Americans, who are always here, like M and NJ. My trusted American friends. Could you not go away? There we go. One thing I really, really want to do, and this is actually on my to-do list in terms of streams, I am planning on, if everything goes to plan, to have the Tuesday streams be basically at the regular hour when I've been streaming, so from 8 to 10:30 my time. But for the Friday streams, I want them to start later and go later, so that it's easier for people in the US to watch, because that's one thing I know that people have said that are across the Atlantic, that they really want to watch my streams, but usually my streams end when they're able to watch. So I'm actually going to see if I can get the Friday streams to be a tad later, so that it's possible for people in America to actually join and watch. So sooner or later, ladies and gentlemen, sooner or later, I will be able to lure Joe into repaying me with the raid I managed to give him a year ago. There again, that I said we wouldn't touch upon it, but I'm just going to mention that because I was going to mention it earlier. It's just when we're talking about Twitch and raids and stuff. It's like that's one of the lucky things, like being raided. Like I was raided ages ago by a content creator who raided me with a fairly sizable amount of people, and I got a lot of followers from that, and that's an example of that sort of luck. If you're the lucky one who gets that raid, then that can be a big deal. It's like, I'm not going to name names, but there's like one of the other people I used to play Minecraft with who I know got very lucky because he always streamed at times that were usually fairly adjacent to when Asuma streamed, and as such he would very often be raided by Asuma when Asuma ended his streams, because then Asuma could raid him, and it would be yeah, you get my. I lost my train of thought, but you get my point. And we got another, the final question from M, and that is, what is? Let me make sure I read that correctly. What's your favourite thing that your wife makes for dinner? Usually it's actually me who makes dinner because my wife does not like to cook, in her own words, and I love to cook. But she does make a vegetable chicken stew that is delicious. That she makes from scratch. It's basically bell peppers and carrots and I don't know the English names of all them, but it's basically a bunch of vegetables, seasoning, chicken, which is fried and then cooked for a while, and she makes some sort of sauce that she puts in it, and it's a very delicious, very light, but it's a very light stew. It's not like a proper stew where you feel very full, like a Thanksgiving dinner, but it's very light in the way that you get a lot of nutrients and you feel well fed, but you don't feel like ugh. But she makes that now and then, and it's delicious. Alright, so that was the 3 questions, F's in chat for Squid Face, and yeah, if people want to ask me questions, then I have something to talk about, so feel free to ask questions. I will answer everything that is safe for work, or at least safe for work-ish. Speaking of safe for work-ish, just to show you what sort of country Norway is, did you know that having a fetish was considered a mental illness in Norway until 2001? Welcome to Norway. We're getting there. Let's do the outer circle first. Some sort of pattern to it. There we go. What's your wife's favourite thing that you make for dinner? Ooh. That is actually a very good question. I think probably the skirt steak burgers. I think the skirt steak burgers that I make are her favourite. Probably. I'm not actually 100% sure. I'll have to ask her. I'm actually going to ask her that later. Where can we find the recipe? She also loves the salmon. The classic Fallion salmon. I know she loves that as well. And I also sometimes do a... I do like proper sous vide steaks. I know that my cousins, when they came here from Wisconsin, they came and stayed with us for a couple of days, and we made dinner and everything. I remember he said that the steaks I cooked them were worth coming from Wisconsin to Norway in themselves. Let's get it throw some of this away because I have so much of it, it's worthless. Made Fallion salmon a few months ago. I don't know if you saw it. I did. I saw it. I think it's awesome. I've actually told my dad, because my dad is the one who gave me the recipe. I've actually told my dad, like, hey, Dad, did you know that there's a lady in Kansas who's now making your favourite salmon the way you taught me? And he's just like, of course, my dad gave a very dad response, which is why. Like, well, I don't know. Maybe she likes fish. Wait, didn't? Oh, there we go. It's just dropping. But yeah, that salmon is also very, very good. I actually haven't made that salmon in ages because we haven't really had barbecue weather here. So I haven't really had a chance. But now that Edmund is on holiday, I think I'm going to try to do barbecue a day because Edmund loves barbecuing. Like, my parents have been barbecuing every day at the cabin now, and we did barbecue there as well today, but we didn't have what we need to make the salmon in there, so we didn't make it. Also, NJ has redeemed an AMA. It's like I said, you don't have to redeem the AMA. Like, if you have a bunch of channel points you want to get rid of, go ahead. But you can also just ask me questions. That's perfectly fine. I need to get it. There we go. So that means this one. Like, I swear, this took way longer when we did it at Simon's. When I make a lemon redemption used for the Fally Bucks, I have actually been thinking about what I want to do with the channel points, and I haven't really decided what to do. I did the sort of accent things and the like ban in-game action stuff, but the problem was that it actually became a hindrance. Like, it was actually causing issues because it was making it very hard for me to actually do what I was trying to do, and it sort of lost its fun. But what I have considered is to add game specific, so that, for instance, when we're doing Phasmophobia, I have to go inside the house alone when the ghost is hunting, etc., and I have to actually face the ghost and try to escape it, that sort of thing. So I have considered adding more like game specific rewards like that, but I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Okay, and NJ's question is, you've talked a lot about creation, streaming, and a whole bunch of things. What is the one thing you haven't... Let me just land. What is the one thing you haven't tried but want to regarding it? So basically, what's the one thing I want to try in terms of content creation but haven't done yet? I think the answer to that question is in many ways Shamblecraft Season 2. I really, really want to try and do some sort of SMP, or I'm going to actually answer. I have several answers for this. First of all, find an object, bring it to the van in 2 minutes. Oh yeah, stuff like that. I really want to do a proper SMP, like I'm gonna have to say like Hermitcraft or Truly Bedrock, like a proper SMP where content creators go together and do fun stuff in the same sort of vein as Hermitcraft, Truly Bedrock, and other SMPs. I can. There's probably many more, but I can't think of them right now. And I would love to do something like that. Like, I would love to sort of try something Hermitcraft-esque. And the other, I would really like to try and do more sort of not shit posts, but I would love to try to make videos that are just stupid, like purely stupid videos, like not necessarily in game, but just like not purely comedy videos either, but just videos that are funny for some reason. Kiwi Kenobi, hello, welcome to the stream. If I'd pay for that with literally like I'm not afraid anymore. Yes, basically that sort of thing, like just making little stupid videos, because I feel like some of the best things I've made are stupid things, like the Joe Hills mixtape, or the Beetlejuice, or NJ's I'm Not Afraid Anymore, or the ads for Jessico and Johnny's Gold Farm. I'd love to just make dumb stuff like that, because I love editing dumb stuff. And for me, I've noticed that these sort of little things, like they sort of turn into passion projects for me, because I find them so entertaining to do. It's like right now I'm working on restoring and remastering the student film me and some friends made for our final art class exam when we were 16. It's a stupid film. It is an immensely stupid film, but it's something that I hold very dear, because it was the first proper film we did. Back when we loved to just edit films and make films and do that sort of nonsense, we loved it. Like, me and my friends, we would make films all the time, and let's just say I could do a stream just talking about all the dumb stuff that happened when we did those films, and one of which involved nearly setting fire to a truck, one of which involved jump leads and nipples. One of them just involved me straight up hitting one of my friends in the balls with a rubber bat. Yeah, those are the highlights. There's more. And the last thing, but this is actually something I am actively working on. And that is, I did talk about this earlier, I really want to try and make almost like a podcast. Like, a lot of the things that I do on Talking Tuesdays, I would love to sort of bring forth into a podcast. So almost like in the vein of Izuma Says, but more not professional, but more like planned out. Like, Izuma Says is more like Izuma happens to touch upon something in a stream, so he makes a video of it. I want it to be more like a in this episode we're going to talk about teaching, in this episode we're going to talk about rejection, in this episode we're going to talk about Christmas. Like, just have a general podcast that doesn't necessarily have a theme, but it's basically me talking about various things that I think are relevant and should be talked about. Also, thank you for coming, Squid. Have a nice evening, and I'll catch you later. So yeah, that is something that's... So I think those 3 proper SMP, short, funny, stupid videos, and podcasts. And I mean, it's like, it's almost like the meme at some point, like talking of an SMP. There's always the meme, and I've touched upon this before. Like, every time you talk about doing a big SMP, it eventually boils down to, oh, do you want... It always boils down to someone asking you. And I've been getting... This is... it's to me, it's hilarious. I've been... Okay, story time. So... submit your essay and join Fally to discuss and dissect your perspective of podcast. The plan is to have guests on it, yeah. It would be a podcast with guests. And for instance, it would be like, okay, today I'm going to talk about baseball, and here's Sammy. Today I'm going to talk about volunteer work, so here's NJ. Today I want to talk about being a dad, so here's Joe. Like, basically something that other person can bring their perspective on. Yeah. Today we're going to talk about chili and alcohol. So naturally, I've brought M. So yeah, that was sort of the general thought of that. But story time. So back when we still. I think it was just after the Shamblecraft reset, or just before the Shamblecraft reset when we started Season 1. We had a big influx of members for a period there. Beer making. Ooh, I am also a beer maker, so that would be the Beer Podcast with me and Johnny, in which we also drink as we speak, and by the 4th hour of the podcast, no one can understand us anymore. By the 6th hour of the podcast was attempting to karaoke I Would Walk 500 Miles over Discord. But yeah, it's... we had an influx of younger members. And... I think it was somewhat one of the... I can't remember who it was, and honestly I don't want to remember who it was because I wouldn't want to name them. But there was one of the new younger members who noticed that Joe was in the Discord. It's like, oh my god, is that Joe Hills? Is that the Joe Hills of Hermitcraft? Like, yeah, that's Joe. And this led to him and his friends, because there were several of them, basically discussing and concluding that, and I wish this was a joke because it is, in my opinion, hilariously stupid. They concluded that I was joining Hermitcraft, and it was like, no, why would I join Hermitcraft? Like, hi, I have 50 subscribers, I have 4 videos, I've streamed for a year. Yes, surely I'm qualified to be invited to the biggest SMP in the world. But it's sort of, it stuck with you in the way that, not in the way that I'm like, oh, I would actually really love to join Hermitcraft, but more in the way, like, you know what, I would actually love to play on an SMP like Hermitcraft, because I know that for me Hermitcraft is irrelevant for at least the next 72 years, and I don't think I should be on Hermitcraft in my 90s, honestly. So, but it got me thinking that it would be awesome to be able to do something Hermitcraft-esque, like an SMP in the vein of Hermitcraft. You don't make enough videos because even Zed can outmake you. Yeah. I'm just glad that Hermitcraft added more female players. Yes, I'm very, very glad, and I'm also very glad that when they decided to add female players, they chose Gemini and Pearl. Who, as I said earlier, I had the amazing fortune to hang out with for 2 hours and play Among Us. And they were just the neatest people. So nice and friendly, both of them. Very fun to play Among Us with. They were very, very great. And I think it's awesome that we're seeing some better female representation on the Hermitcraft server, because it has been, I mean, the female hermits that are already there are great, but they have been sadly very outnumbered, and I think that has been unfortunate. So I'm very glad that they added more female hermits, and I'm very glad they added Gemini, Tay and Pearl, because they are both amazing content creators who really, really deserve it. And then there again, you have that sort of the stroke of luck that we were talking about. Like, I think it was Gem who had she had a increase in Twitter followers and YouTube subs of almost 50,000 just because of the rumors that she was joining Hermitcraft, and then she had an additional 150 the week she joined. So there again, you have the luck. So yeah, it is something, that sort of the stroke of luck. As long as the shippers leave them, oh yes, God. I think that's the one thing that I don't get. The people who sort of don't really understand that that's like it's they're basically playing characters. It's not real. And in the same way, let me touch upon this. The person who the other person knows of this, so it should be okay in saying. But I was alerted to the fact that apparently there were rumors about me and one of the female members of Shamblecraft having some sort of romantic connotations. And I remember when they told me, I was like, aha, you're joking. Aha. You're not joking. And apparently it's like, oh, because the two of you are so nice to each other on the internet, you have to be a couple. Like, no, that's just, at least in Norway, that's just called being nice and polite. I'm like that with everyone. If I'm not being polite, it's because I think you're a dick. And I am polite even to the most annoying people. Like, for me, it's I consider it very important to be polite. Like, I was raised by parents who were very like no, you can be whatever you want, but always be nice. The fact that he's nice to me should prove that. Good lord. But yeah, and I remember I was like, it sort of hit me there and then, like, wow, was I just shipped? Like, it was like they were actively, like, there were people, I'm not going to name and shame or anything like that, but there were people who were actively and seriously thinking that me and this other person was having some sort of super secret online relationship. And it's like, really? Just because I talk to them and because we're the opposite genders? And I just remember it being like, ugh, that's just... Can't people just be nice to each other anymore? Does there have to be any sort of ulterior motive? And I just remember afterwards thinking that, ugh, that's stupid. And I wish it was... The thing is, I've had it happen several times. I think maybe it's just the way I talk to other people. I don't know. I'm clearly doing something wrong. But apparently, there have been several instances of people thinking that me and other female online people are either flirting or, yeah, call it what you want. And it's just, surely you can't be serious. Like, it's like, you are aware of the fact that I'm married and have a child. And in one of the cases, it was like, are you aware of that the other person also is married and does not have children that I know of? But it's this weird internet thing of like, because two people of the opposite gender enjoy each other's company and write silly things to each other, and maybe like, yes, surely it's like, surely you have to be allowed to make jokes that have maybe a somewhat flirty nature. But it's like, can't you do that without people on the internet basically shipping you? Is this what the internet is supposed to be? It's just, I just find it weird in a creepy way, you know. And I also think, yeah, you essentially flirt for a living. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should bring up some of our conversations in the group chats that we have. I think you know of which I am referring to. People have been shipping celebrities for ages. Yeah, this is true. But yeah, it's just weird. I feel like it's something. It's probably something that's existed for a while, as SD says, but I feel like it's sort of accelerated with the current generation. I feel like maybe the current generation are more like, oh, these two are talking to each other, so they naturally must be some sort of couple. No, kith. It's just weird to me. For me, it was, but I do sort of see why people could think it, but at the same time, I think it's somewhat. I'm not going to say hurtful, but at the same time, it is, because, like, let's use me as an example here. Growing up, I was, as you can probably guess, I was not really I was not a ladies' man. I was not in any way what you'd call an alpha male. I had more female friends than I had male friends. And I felt like I got along much better with the girls in my class and the girls in my school than I did with the boys in my school. Because with the guys, it was always like, oh, drinking and driving, and not both, but it's like, oh, partying, beer, cars, engines, things, excitement, and I was like, can't we just sort of sit here and watch a movie and chill and talk? And it's like, no, men don't talk, men drink, men fight, men punch things. Men, we don't know what we did. And that was just not me. So I had more female friends than I had male friends, and got along very well with the ladies in that way as a friend. And it was like the the other guys in my school be like, oh, so where were you last night? And I was at her house, like, really, really? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, eine kleine bang, bang music. I was like, no. And that's just a weird thing. And that is one of those old things going back, like guys and girls cannot be friends without, you know, the doinkage. It's like, yes, guys and girls can be friends without the doinkage. Evidence Valley, aged 13 to 17. And the doinkage, yes, I don't have the mature content filter on, so I can't say it outright, but you know what I mean. Newsflash, it's possible to just be friends. Exactly. Teenage guys can't be friends, they're only competition and competitive carpentry. Carpentry? But yeah, and I just remember the classic Norwegian joke is that the oldest profession in the world is an electrician, because when the god said let there be light, the electrician had already been told to do it for a week. The Twitch control panel is doing it again. But yeah, it's really annoying, because it's like, I remember how the guys, my guy friends would be like, oh, Fally is trying to get down with that person and this person, and I would be like, no, I'm not. But that person would be like, oh, of course he is, because he's a guy. And like, I would literally lose friendships with girls because of the guy friends would basically say that I'm just trying to get into her pants, when I had absolutely no interest in her pants or the innards of them. But apparently that's just not a valid option. And that's why I think that's probably why it irks me. It really irks me that surely you can be a good friend to someone of the opposite sex without wanting to, you know, do the shishwame. Water. The stream is basically how many euphemisms can Fally squeeze in. Get the noodle wet. Polish the carrot. Park the car in the garage. Put the lime in the coconut. The second oldest profession, car insurance salesman. Foxtrot uniform Charlie Kilo. Indeed. I think it's a night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 by 10 so it's 100, and we've done 20, 40, 60. Are we going to try and finish this before we call it a night? It's 11:30 my time. It's going to be a long stream, but I think we might as well finish it. Let's see how quick this goes. But I think maybe we can just finish it. Too bad I'm missing Joe's birthday stream, though. I completely forgot about that. But yeah, I'm running out of things to talk about, and I don't want to start spiraling about guy-girl friendships. So if people have questions, please ask them. Also, I need more rockets, I'm noticing. Why won't you? I do. I asked you about the one thing you want to do about content creation. Yes, didn't I answer that extremely thoroughly? Oh, I thought you were referring to that question. Okay, fire away. You also talked about Joe and his accomplishments and stuff like that. So, I have a feeling the question is next. Question. What is something you'd love to see someone, not Joe, and not me, do or accomplish? So, in terms of content creation. Right? Just to make sure that nods. Alright. There's one thing that pops to mind straight away. I'm gonna try and cover several here. I would love. Good night, SD. Thank you for coming to the stream. I follow so many. I would love to see one of the many, at least one of the smaller Minecraft content creators that I follow get invited to Hermitcraft or a similar big SMP. Someone like you, Alpen. I mean, Liara is already on TB. I consider that a big SMP. But I'd love to see one of you sooner or later be invited to Hermitcraft or one of the other bigger SMPs. Like, I remember, I could tell you who said it, but I'm not going to do it. But I remember we had a discussion with someone about what. Someone asked me, "What would you do if you were invited to Hermitcraft tomorrow?" I can't remember who I do remember who asked it. I don't remember how we came into it, but and I can tell this. Joe can confirm this because he was there. And someone asked me, "Well, what would you do if you were invited to Hermitcraft tomorrow?" And I said my first question would be why not NJ? That would be my legitimate first question, because if I would say that you, NJ, are a far better pick for Hermitcraft than I am in every way, and I would love to see you get some proper acknowledgement for your Minecraft content. Laughing exercise for 20 straight minutes. Laughing exercise. No, in terms of out of all the content creators I follow, and not Joe, and not you, you didn't. Gotta run, BRB. All right. In that case, I'll think about it until NJ comes back. I know so. The thing is, I am familiar with so many content creators. Smallest paycheck you've ever received. That would probably be my summer job. Why am I just pillaring up for the heck of it? That would probably be my first summer job. Did not pick up all the sponge there, I didn't. Yes, I did, because I have 64 and 60. So I have all of them. The smallest paycheck. Okay, that would probably be my first summer job. So let me talk about my first summer job. My first summer job, which was my first job, was I worked as an assistant at a local IT company. This is literally probably the smallest IT company in Norway. Tiny little IT company, not too far from where I live, and and the job was basically I would pick up the phone. I would, when people weren't available, I would pick up the phone and like, hi, sorry, they're not available now. Can I take a message? But the main job I did, I was given the responsibility for doing the storage cleanup. They had a old bomb shelter because this office building was built in the 70s, and there was a requirement for a bomb shelter then because they were still scared of the Russians nuking them. And that bomb shelter had later been turned into a storage. A storage where they stored a bunch of old things. And the problem was that they had basically just rammed things in there. There was no system whatsoever. So I was tasked, I was hired, basically, can you do the storage cleanup? That was literally the job they gave me. I worked there for about 2 months, and I'm going to guess that my paycheck was, let's say I made 100 and, let's say I made, I think the minimum wage that was legal to give at that time. So that would probably be around at 90-95. Let's say I worked 3 weeks. So 5 hours a day, maybe 6 hours. Let's say 6 hours a day. So 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, 3 weeks. That's 15 days. 15 days times 6. It's 90 hours. 90 hours times 90. 9 by 9 is 81. So 81. So 8,100. Oh no, I've had far smaller paychecks than that. I honestly don't know. The thing is, though, even like the because of the fact that Norway is Norway, even the lowest paying job in Norway pays fairly good when you just look at the numbers. Like, for instance, my salary right now is quite high if I just put out the numbers, but at the same time, it's not really, because like we are currently struggling to afford everything on my paycheck alone, because the cost of living is just so high in Norway. Like, my monthly salary is, let me check with the exchange rate just to make sure. So Norwegian money to US dollars. So my salary after tax is $3,444. I think. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, it didn't translate properly. There we go. $3,500. That is what I get paid a month, and that's per month. $3,500 a month, and that's the way things are right now. Hi, MG. The way things are right now, we have enough to pay the bills, but that's it. Like we can cover our basic bills, but that's it. Like we don't have, if we have any unforeseen expenses, we have to do it on a credit card and that sort of thing, and that's very annoying. And that is because right now the market is stone dead. So, like for my wife, it is nearly impossible to get a job. And that's really, really annoying and really unfortunate. So yeah. But yeah, $3,500 a month. That's my salary after tax. My salary is increasing slightly now because I've finished my master's degree, so I should... $72K salary before taxes in Kansas. I think my yearly salary before taxes, now that I've finished my degree... Yeah, it's about that. That's about right. I think my salary now is gonna be between 70 and 75. Now that I've completed my degree. But I could be wrong. Can I get up going? No, it's just the same. It'll just have to stay there. Ah, you know what? It's going to fall down anyway. Let's just... Oops. NJ, I am still thinking about your question. Because I honestly... You honestly have me a bit stumped there. One whole paycheck of his for rent per month. Yeah. That's the thing in Norway as well. Like, we don't pay rent because we own the house, but just paying the mortgage and the insurance and everything on the house is quite a lot. So, while it may sound like a lot of money when I say like $3,500 a month, it sadly isn't. And I think that's very unfortunate. Ah, you bollock. Okay, time to use our last rocket. There we go. So we need to get to some place that has rockets. Hopefully I have some left. Ah, I don't. Oh, wait. I have 26 rockets in that one. And we really need to get rid of some stuff. Need a delivery. If you can provide some rockets, that would be awesome, Johnny. I think I might as well dry the sponges while I wait for that. You see, it's starting to get so much lighter because we don't have the water up top. Yeah, your rocket farm 10 minutes. All right, that's fine. Favorite variety of tomato? Cherry. Cherry tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes are delicious. Which kind of cherry? There's more than one. In Norway, we have cherry tomatoes. We don't have multiple types. You have 4 kinds. Oh, I only have 1 kind, and I honestly didn't know that there were more. Well, I knew there were more, but I mean, I honestly don't know. I love cherry tomatoes because I think that they're a bit not sour, but they have a bit more of a kick to it. I can check what it says on the thing, on the pot, because then I'll know which type it is. Okay, here's a suggestion. It's not one specific person, but it's more of a general thing. I'd love to see YouTube add something like a YouTube affiliate program. Like Twitch has the affiliate program, YouTube and partner, but YouTube only has the partner. I would love to see a sort of YouTube affiliate program that makes it easier for content creators who want to make more videos and don't necessarily stream. Make it easier for them to sort of live off of YouTube, because right now, unless it's like, I think it was Azuma who said it, unless you have 1 million subscribers and most of them actually watch your videos, you're not going to be able to live off of YouTube. And I think, like, right now the way YouTube works, it is a hindrance to smaller content creators, and I'd love to see YouTube actually implement some sort of program that makes it easier for smaller content creators to actually get something out of it. Because I mean, I've spoken to a lot of people who've said the same thing. They'd love to make videos. Not going to name people there, but I know at least one content creator who has said outright that they would love to spend more time on YouTube and making YouTube videos, but they depend on the income in order to survive, and they can't afford to take time off of Twitch to make videos. And that's something I'd love to see YouTube change. But yeah, in terms of like one thing I'd love to see one YouTube person achieve, I honestly don't know. It's the sort of generic thing. There are so many smaller content creators that I'd love to see get recognition, like in general. And that's really the only thing I can think of. Like like I said earlier, there are so many people who should be known and should be popular, and people should know who they are, and we don't. TTV Chuffles 88. Hello. This is why a lot of live streamers will have a fan turn their streams into vids, and the reputable ones pay their editors. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe broaden it to a community achievement. Yeah, okay, in terms of community achievement, in that case, I'd love to see at least one. I'd love to see one of the Shamblecraft community creators really make it. I think it would be awesome just to be able to say that, hey, you know that content creator who... You know that one content creator who is awesome and does this and does that. Like, yeah, he or she they started on Shamblecraft, you know. I think that would be awesome, being able to say that Shamblecraft was like the birthplace of this and that content creator. Also, TTV asking how I am fine. Tad tired, long day, but doing well otherwise. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a good day as well. There's now a box with rocket parts in your shack. Thank you very, very much, Johnny. I really appreciate it. If you created a new SMP, how would you go about balancing styles of players participating? I think And I mean, let's talk seriously about Shamblecraft Season 2 here for a minute, because one of the things I really want for Shamblecraft Season 2 is for it to be just that. Like, the thing... I feel like Shamblecraft Season 1 has worked very well in terms of being a very cool project where people have been able to take part, have fun, etc. But in hindsight, it has not necessarily always been an ideal place for content creation. And I think for Shamblecraft Season 2, like, the thing, someone did actually ask me, why don't we have 2 Shamblecraft Season 2s, like 2 different worlds, one for content creators and one for the rest. And for me, that would sort of lose the point of Shamblecraft. I think if you start splitting it up, then Shamblecraft as a concept loses its point, because it's not supposed to be about the oh look how big we are, etc. That's not what it's about. That's never been what it's about. But at the same time, I can see that even as a content creator, I can also tell that there have been times where creating content on the server has been very hard because of the fact that this isn't a content creation server. It's been like, oh, we should really do this for a video. But at the same time, it's like, oh, well, I can't do it until then. Can you do it then? Oh, no, all right, we can do it then. But at the same time, then it's like, oh, but we can't really wait that long, because we can't postpone that for a week, because there are other people on the server who also want to take part. And I think for Shamblecraft Season 2, the way we are in the super secret staff channels currently planning the season, it's going to be a lot easier because of some of the key changes that are most likely coming to Season 2. What I would love to sort of return to the main question, I would love to hand pick some players for Season 2. And I know that, of course, we can't be beggars and choosers. I would love to see more smaller content creators, more small content creators joining Shamblecraft and playing on Shamblecraft. I'd love to see, like, we have some pretty cool content creators already. We have me. Well, I'm not considering myself cool, but I consider myself a content creator. We have NJ, we have Jess, we have Squidface has been making some content. Donut King, who I don't know if he's still online, but I don't know if he's also watching the stream still. Donut King is also making videos. Badger is coming. Oh dear. Badger has done some streams and some things from here. So Andrew, of course, I completely forgot Andrew. We've had some very, very cool content creators on Shamblecraft, and I would love to see Shamblecraft Season 2 being sort of getting more of that feel for it. Like, I'd love to see... Howdy, old Joe Hills raid here. I haven't gotten an alert. Dog. Holy moly. Hi, Joe. Hello, Joe. Thank you very, very much for the raid, Joe. And happy birthday, Joe. I think I wrote it in your chat, but hello, Joe. Hello, everyone. Happy birthday, Joe. Joe's headed to dinner. Of course, here I tell... Oh, there you are. Thank you very, very much for the raid, Joe, and happy birthday. Thank you very much, everyone, for the follow. Oh, okay, let me see if I can keep up with this list. Thank you very much. Lima202, Gemsy Gems. Lizzie Mac 2010, Legal Drogan, Harry Fitz 33, Borealis, Laura, Virtually Veil, Rear something, Dodog 33. Thank you very much all for your follows. Thank you very much. This is going too quickly. I think I'm gonna get back to the list of names when it stops moving. Hello. Hope you had a very fun stream, Joe. And welcome raiders, welcome everyone to Shamblecraft. Just gonna very quickly bring. My alerts are having some sort of seizure. Thank you very, very much for the raid, everyone. Yeah, let me just very quickly explain what we're doing here. This is the Oh, it's midnight. We picked a time. It's midnight. The server restarted. Give me a second. Let's see if it gets back up. Thank you very much, Virtually Veil, for your subscription. Thank you very much for the gift subscription as well. Thank you very much for the follow, Tinus86 Roses, Mr. Lance, Greeny the Meanie 5, G-Glitch, Cuppa Bups, you Whitey Grandaddy 109, Rainus 59, KitKat Chaos, Croatian, Samurai Leo, Thelian 48, and leave us where we left off last time. Oh, Sora, hi! Thank you very, very much, everyone, for the raid. Apologies for the sort of slight stop in the game here, but we have our server set to reset at midnight. And there we are back. Okay, so thank you very, very much. And remember to breathe. Thank you very, very much for that raid, Joe. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome, everyone, to this stream. We've been going for a couple of hours. We've been working on this here Guardian Temple that I'm currently clearing. It is midnight for me. I am not from. Don't let the accent fool you. I am from Norway. I am from. But yes, let me introduce myself. Hello, I am Fally. I am a content creator from Norway. I am the owner and the founder of the Shamblecraft SMP Minecraft server that I'm currently playing on. I am currently working on. Trying to not die from these silly sods. I am currently working on this Guardian Temple here that I cleared out the innards of a while ago, and now we are basically trying to clear the outside so that it will function properly. Shamblecraft, is it on YouTube? Yes, I have a. I think I have a command for this. That is the YouTube channel, and also, if you want to play on the server, this is actually let's plug the server. This is Shamblecraft. It is a free-to-play Minecraft server that I started about a year ago. It is intended as a server where everyone can come and play, hang out, and just enjoy themselves. We take pride in being a community of allies. We really, really want the server to be a safe community for everyone. We've done a couple of charity events. We raised $1,300 for the Trevor Project a couple of weeks ago, and we just want to be a place where people can play Minecraft, enjoy themselves, and not really worry about anything like, hey, don't you have money to pay for a server? Don't worry, it's free to play. From the second you join, this is a free place to play, and we just really, really want this to be a place you can enjoy. So if this sounds like something you'd want to be a part of, then you just join that Discord on the link there, and you will be given members access after 48 hours, Griefer protection, for the sake of my poor admins. I assume it is a Java server. It is a Java server, but we actually have a mod that allows you to connect from Bedrock. So you can play with Bedrock, yeah. You can play with Bedrock and you can play with Java. But yeah, so that is basically the Shamblecraft server. This is... what I'm working on here is a sort of my second base. Because I have a main base that's not too far from here, but I wanted to do something fun out in the sea, and so I've been working on and off on this for the last couple of days, and now I am trying to get rid of the water. I also have an industrial district that I made 20 episodes ago, and I've completely forgotten about it. I keep forgetting that I made an industrial district and I never visit it. I am terrible. We need Minecraft account for server or any cracked person may join. You need to have a Minecraft account that we can whitelist. That is I'm not the police, so I'm not gonna sort of say anything about the legality, but you'll probably need a Mojang account, yeah, since this is a whitelisted thing. We are technically responsible for everything, so at least if you say outright that it's a cracked account, then yeah, that's going to be iffy. But yeah, so this is the Shamblecraft server. I think I've said that 20 times now, but I'm currently trying to not have a panic attack. So. We are almost done here. What we need to do... How many sponges do we have left? We can do one... Wait, is that... That's wet as well. Alright, we need to... go dry these sponges, because we're going to need more. Proper accounts tend to show that someone might have the right amount of responsibilities we need. Yeah. Yeah, like this is the Shamblecraft is a free-to-play server, but we do of course expect people to behave and such. We have some very basic server rules. If you join the Discord, we'll try our best to get the we'll try our best to give you all the new members' roles as quickly as possible, so you can read the rules channels and everything. And we whitelist players after 48 hours, and that is simply because we've had some unfortunate experiences with brand new players basically joining the server and immediately starting to destroy things. So trying our best to keep it a safe space for everyone. And of course we all also require that you are, behave yourself, no racism, no sexism, no transphobia, homophobia, anything like that. Basically, let's just put it this way: if you can basically follow the same rules that you do at Joe's place, you'll do perfectly fine at Shamblecraft. Badger, Mickness, as you see in chat, two of our lovely staff members who keep the place running. All right, I've had some more. Let's try and keep up with this list now. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sue. Happy for the follow. Thank you very much, Whitey Sir 5. Thank you very much, Fireflowers. Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you very much, Satan's Favourite Angel. Love the name. BB Ver, Antimony Timepiece, Waterfall 8484, T Rose Macaroon, and Teresa Beck. Thank you very, very much for the follow, all of you. I really, really appreciate it. Box behind you. Okay, so let's just... let's get rid of some stuff. Yes, as you can probably tell, I have studied at the Good Times with Scar School of Storing Things, and that usually goes how it goes. Here we go. That should do it for now. And let's just put the rest in our ender chest. We got Johnny cheering with 6 bits. Thank you very much, Johnny. Mr. Pizza Dude, right? Posture check. He has school for that. Yes, the Scar school of storing things, the Grian school of redstone things, and the Prometheus school of running away from things. I was supposed to dry the sponges. You might want to subscribe to Cub's school of ginormous, beautiful storage rooms. The thing is, I do not have the brain capacity to to deal with big builds at all. Let me show you the inside of the Guardian place. So what we did a couple of weeks ago, we cleared out everything except the outer shell. So this is basically just the outer shell, and we've put some beacons through it. We'll put some beacons through it, so we have like all the effects and jumping and sprinting and all of that. So the plan is to sort of make a Guardian farm for parts of it, and then sort of keep it for other things as well. I suppose. Thank you. You try to play together on the server and help each other out? Yes, we do. Right now we have about 6 people. Well, not about 6, but we have 6 people. Numbers have been the same since the Greek times. We currently have 6 people online. But sometimes we, during the most active periods, we maybe have. I think we've had 16, 17 people for some of the things, and it's a very active server in periods. Like right now, we are at the tail end of what we consider Shamblecraft Season 1. We've been going for about a year, and the plan is to do a server reset for 1.18-ish. Thank you very, very much, Steph and Vikamska, for the follows. Thank you very much, Johnny, for the bitties. But yeah, if you want to see how things look, like if you want to familiarize yourself with the server, we have, if you go to the YouTube link, I did exclamation mark YouTube, if you go to, I think, episode 50 and episode 28, that will basically bring you up to speed on what's already on the server. Do you have to join the Discord to join the server? Yes. We require you to be a member of the Discord for 48 hours. Once you've been there for 48 hours, and if you... we usually, as Magnus pointed out earlier, I think, 48 hours is a ballpark number. If you're nice and behave, we might whitelist you even quicker. If you just sort of join the server and don't introduce yourself and just sit there, then we might even wait longer. But and that's because it's all being done manual. I'm very, very fortunate to have an amazing staff who keep the place running very well. And you're all welcome to join if you want to. And I can talk a little bit about the server in case people want to join. We run sub mods. We run keep inventory. A somewhat controversial choice, but we run keep inventory, so that whenever you die, you don't lose your stuff, which is very nice. We have a nether hub with a bunch of shopping stuff. I'm shy to talk. That would take 48 hours. Just asking. I mean, if 48 hours. 48 hours is the standard grace period, and that is simply because we've had some unfortunate experiences with new players joining and immediately started griefing, and we just want to avoid that happening, really. We don't want to run the risk of someone jumping in on the server and destroying things. Will you keep inventory in Season 2? We will have a community poll where we will decide. That's also a thing. It's oh yeah, and like Johnny says, just say hi. Just say hi. We don't require you to have prolonged conversations about literature, but just say hi. Let us know who you are, and feel free to jump in the discussions already there. The introductions channel is a good place to start, and take it from there. You can be as active as you want. Not have a creeping... Yeah, we have creeper griefing off, which means they will still scare the living bejesus out of you, and they will still kill you, but they won't destroy your things, which is very nice. Also, thank you very much, Human Lysasta, Sheeny01, Shvetchgur14, and Rainbow Mo. Food and drink has been pretty yummy today. I can imagine you've been going ham in there, because for those of you who joined the raid, we had a food discussion earlier. I'm not a fan of keep inventory unless you have griefers or just kids running up to say hi and accidentally punching you into lava. Yeah, the reason we went with keep inventory for season 1 was because we basically had Shamblecraft is basically the follow-up to a previous server that a bunch of us ran called Butscraft, and we had keep inventory on that, and so we decided to keep it, at least for now. The server is run very much in a community way, by which we mean that big server decisions are made by everyone. We don't want to be like, hey, we're the bosses, so we're going to do that. Like, we want people to join in decision making. So, for instance, before we do season 2, we're going to do a poll in which people get to vote for, like, what mods are we going to keep? Do you have any ideas or suggestions for the season in general? We want it to be like open and transparent. Very important. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. Close enough. Right, so I think that covers the server. Feel free to ask me anything about the server. If any one of you have questions that I don't reply to here and now, you can also ping me. You can also ping me in the Discord. Feel free to ping me in the Discord, and I'll reply to you there. Valen Spira saying, I might look into this tomorrow. I've been looking for something to join. Hi, by the way, I'm from Norway too. It's always nice to have fellow Norwegians join. There are not enough Norwegians in the server. There are too many duchies. So we need more Norwegians to combat the invasion of the duchies. Can you stand still, you bollock? There you go. Try to read the Discord. Any data packs on the server? Not that I remember. I don't think we have any data packs. Oh yeah, Waterfall. I remember you. I remember the name. Good to see you again. Also, thank you very much, Erathmuth, Franican 132, Vlufshmanihe, Saranus, and Bukta. Thank you very, very much for the follow, all of you. Is the server Europe-based? Yes, it is hosted by Hetzner in Germany, which is a very nice, stable host. We have some very cool admins also who make sure that it is a nice experience for American members as well. So I know we have lots of players from Europe, we have lots of players from America, and as far as I know, most people are happy. I can't remember that we've had too many complaints about the server misbehaving. We had some teething issues in the beginning, but I think most of that is long past us. And thank you very much, Thunderbird 6784 and Big Head Face. Big Head Face. Nice to meet you, Mr. Darubri. No, that's Megabus, sorry. As you can probably tell from my commentary, when I'm stressed, I can't stop talking, and I also never think before I speak. So I will say stupid things, and then I will afterwards question my decision-making skills. But yeah, so this is also, if any one of you likes making videos, this is a server where several of us make videos. We have several active content creators. So that was actually what we were discussing when the raid happened and completely distracted me from everything. And that is, we are a server that has several content creators. I make videos from the server. We also have an amazing content creator called NJ Coffee Junkie that you might be familiar with, and some of you might also recognize from Joe's streams. We have a content creator called Andrew. We have Jessica, who sadly doesn't make content right now, but has been making content in the past. And who knows, maybe Jess will rejoin the content for season. Sorry to come back to server, but just read the rules and I wondered if you had to be a content creator to join. No. Anyone can play. If you want to make videos, that's fine. If you just want to play, that is also fine. We just have a specific set of rules, like if someone is recording and streaming, please don't directly interfere with it, because we want it to be a nice experience both for the people who create the content, but also for everyone else. Oh, spiffy, it's this one. I'll get back to that one later. Okay, let's do this one then. But yeah, a little bit more about me, since I haven't really talked about me yet to all the new people who have joined us. My name is Fally. I am from Norway. I am a high school teacher. I have been working as a high school teacher for... I'm actually going to enter my 10th year of teaching. And I also make YouTube videos and stream a bit on the side. I've just actually... This is literally my first stream since having a long break. I've recently completed my master's degree, and I was very burned out. We actually covered this at the beginning of the stream. I was very burnt out after doing all of that. Why am I doing that? I should just fly up. So I took a break for mental health reasons, and I've just returned. You completed your masters too? No fun at all. To put it this way, I'm very glad to be done. My masters is in Norwegian writing. I teach Norwegian, English, and history mainly, and I did a master's degree on collaborative writing in Norwegian. And I'm very glad. It was very fun, and I can highly recommend it if people want to get a master's degree. But it is a lot of work, and I did my master's degree. I did my master's degree while working a full-time job, and also being a full-time dad. I have a son who's 4, and I haven't really had time to focus on the content creation because my family is one of the families who have sadly lost a bunch of income during the pandemic. So living on one income, the stress of that, I really look forward to getting back to work with slightly higher pay, so I don't have to worry about that. This server is actually run by a community Patreon. For the first year, actually, come to think of it. For the first year, I actually paid for the server out of pocket because I wanted people to have a server where people could play without worrying about payment. And then when my wife lost her job, then I sort of couldn't do that anymore. But we set up a Patreon and we've kept the server going. So right now the server is financed by Patreon volunteers, but it remains free to play. So if you want to help out, then you can do so, and a lot of people elect to do, and we are forever thankful for that. But also, you should never feel obligated to pay anything for this server. It is a free server. It has always been intended to be a free server, and nothing is going to change that. But yeah, so I am Fally. High school teacher from Norway, also create YouTube videos and streams. Long-time Minecraft fan, long-time Hermitcraft fan. I became a subscriber to Azuma when he had just released episode 5 of Hermitcraft. So I go back a good bit. Thank you, Waterfall. I will catch you later. Have a nice evening. Let me try to get up to speed in the chat here because I feel like I've missed a couple of messages. What if you place the hoe in the main hand and sponge in the offhand? I do not have the brain capacity to pull off such a elite move. To put it mildly. Let's pick up the rest of the sponges. Do we have 44 sponges left? Oh, you said that. Alright, sorry. I thought you needed a master's to teach in high school. At least my friend who's going to uni for it now needs a master's. You need a... back when I took my teaching degree, you needed a 4-year teaching degree. You didn't need a master's degree. And since they introduced the master's requirement, that does not apply to me because I have the required education or the required the qualifications in the subjects that I teach. It's a weird system. Nearing 30, mature uni student with 2 kids, so I'm pretty well behaved. Yeah, we're pretty much the same age then. I'm 31. And I am a 90s kid, very early 90s, 1990 precisely, actually. There we go, and then oh hello, I'm just gonna go back down. I think that's everything. Tell me a little bit about base plans, Em is saying. Well, as with all things in life, I don't really have any. I'm sort of winging it, as I usually do. What I really want to do, I'm going to take this Guardian Temple. That's why I haven't completely torn it down. I am going to encase the Guardian Temple in a glass box. And then I'm going to sort of build a city inside here. That's the plan. So build a Guardian Temple style city with multiple buildings inside the glass box. And an aquarium at the bottom. And a yard. Are you from Norway originally, or did you move there? I am born and raised in Norway, and I've lived here all my life. I grew up watching a lot of UK television shows, and also going to school in Norway. We learned this. They teach us British English. This is basically how we learn to speak English. Thank you very much, Nuno Martin 17, Bonafire Demon, and Roastplay MC for your follows. Really appreciate it. Also, if I miss a message, please just tag me or something in case I miss a message. I feel like I missed one. What subjects do you teach? I teach Norwegian, English, mathematics, and history. And thank you very much, Queen Asher and Buggy Girl, for the follow. You sound so British, like Northern English too. It's really good. I do. Really? Every time I go to London, people tell me I sound like I'm from Brighton. I've been told by a lot of people I know from the UK have told me I sound like I sound very posh. But I don't know, really. That's all I know. A lot of people have always told me that I sound very posh. But yeah, I grew up with watching Hello Hello, Monty Python. Have I Got News for You? Are You Being Served? All the comedy classics, and yeah, I've basically just picked up. You can see Brighton definitely. All right, To be fair, I feel like a good percentage of the Americans I know don't speak English as well as Farley does. Oxbridge comedy accent. And according to Jessica, I do a very good Ronnie Corbett. Northern Southern blend now. They're here. Southern. The thing is, though, I've just learnt to speak English this way. Your voice sounds very familiar to a not very. Your voice sounds very familiar to a very not nice YouTuber, so you're redeeming the accent. Thank you. I'm glad to hear my accent is doing good. But yeah, I just grew up watching English shows, so that's why I think I've basically just picked up the accent like that. Whenever I'm in America, and that's not very often, but whenever I'm in America and I speak with an American accent, I get told that I sound like I'm from Minnesota. So, accents are weird. Big question now is how many sponges did I drop into this thing? 40. Oh, I dropped a lot. So I need to go into that and have a look because they've dropped all the way down to the hoppers then. Or did I leave some up top? It's funny really. I'm a Dutch living in Canada and people don't believe me. Ask my English accent lesson. I sound exactly like someone from British Columbia. Minnesota's where the Scandinavians tend to end up, so that makes sense, yeah. M has redeemed AMA. Please do the American accent. The thing is, for some reason, I cannot do the American accent when I'm just told to do it. It's almost like I get some sort of stage fright. Which makes perfect sense. That part of America is almost exclusively settled by Swedish and Norwegian settlers. Yeah. Most of my American relatives at least started in Minnesota and eventually made their way to the other parts of the northern Midwest. I have a bunch of relatives in Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, I think, a bunch of them. I have so many relatives, I can't really keep track of them. One of my ancestors emigrated to America and had 13 children. And 2 of those 13 children had 13 children. So there are Norwegians looking like me scattered all over the Midwest. It's way past my bedtime, Night Valley. Thank you, Johnny, for coming to the stream. I'll catch you later. You're an accent chameleon. Got a posture check. Pretend you're going to the local corn stand in Iowa and ask for directions to the nearest Quick Trip. I sort of need to try and sort of force myself into speaking to the American accent now. The thing now is I'm seriously sitting here trying to like think of what does my accent sound like again. You've put me in the spot, M. Also, thank you very much, ESG Flame Live, Buggy Girl, and Wendy B2 for the follow. Why am I doing that? I'm supposed to fly. That's okay. You needn't bend to peer pressure. It's not peer pressure. It's just M. Okay, let's... There we go. Did I somehow nail that? The more you think about it, the more weird it sounds. The thing is, the thing is, and that's why it happens. I am weird in the way that I always end up sort of emulating the accent I'm speaking with or to. So, for instance, whenever I've been talking to my American relatives, I automatically shift to an American accent. But while this is like my natural accent, like this is how I will naturally speak. So it's quite interesting how different it is. It's becoming hard to land here now because I'm running out of places to land. Ah, double tapped by accident, but I think we managed to get away with it. Or do you have a Canadian accent? Canadian accent, isn't that just a Minnesota accent and add with a lot thicker O's and an E? Like, hello. Only in the East. You see, my relationship with Canada is through television. Like, I have never been to Canada, and I only know like 3 Canadians, so I don't really have that much reference points. That many. Australian. Let's just do what Hugh Jackman sounds like. Australian, yeah. West Coast more like Californian accent, just a bit soft. There was actually I heard something once that basically the northern states, they just have a very sort of crisp, dry English that isn't really anything. And then when you go to New York, they lose their they don't have half the consonants. Like they don't have New York, New York. And he's just buying into every single mob movie stereotype. I'm running out of chests. I have so much on me. Dolphin heads. It's not a commodity I want to admit I have. Canadian accents on TV are kind of non-existent. Yeah. I'd love to hear NJ do a New Jersey accent. Yeah. I'd love to hear NJ go full Jersey, like full Jon Stewart. And let me tell you something about deep dish pizza. It's not even pizza. It's a bread casserole. You sound like pixel riffs. Thank you. I'm gonna elect to say thank you. Sounding like pixel riffs is an honor. It's like a pie. Want me to put a can of onions on it? Hey-yo. What kind of Norwegian do you speak? You're from Sweden, and to me it's easier to understand the northern Norwegians. Even I have trouble understanding them. I'm from Western Norway, rural Western Norway, and I have a very rural Western accent. I have a very thick Norwegian accent. Like people from the east of Norway, they genuinely struggle to understand me, which is hilarious to me. I know the Swedish people. I have a lot of friends in Växjö, in the south of Sweden. And they understood my accent perfectly. And when I was in Växjö a couple of years ago, we spoke our natural Norwegian accent, and they had no trouble understanding us whatsoever. I'm trying to force my brain to go into an American accent, so I'm trying to imagine I'm talking to my American relatives. And when I talk to my American relatives, I basically talk like this, or speak like this. The thing is, though, I still use British words, but I speak with an American accent. And one thing that a lot of people say is when I speak Norwegian or when I speak in an American accent, my voice is an octave higher than when I speak with my natural British accent. I go a bit lower. With my American accent, I go far higher. And when I teach, ironically, when I teach, I use my American accent because my British accent is too thick for my students to get. I'm missing 5 sponges. Mind you are with the R accent from your stand around the world. Sponge sounds like that. It's not as fun. That was scarily accurate. Your accents sound natural. Thank you. I've been very, very interested in languages my entire life. So that's probably why. I think I've always been emulating accents. Like both here, like even here, like in Norway, I will emulate the various local accents. Okay, this did not go as planned. Stand still, you prick. There you go. How many languages do you speak? Norwegian and English, pretty much. I only speak the 2 languages. I do speak basic Swedish. I've been very interested in languages, but I don't really speak that many. Like, when I say interested in languages, I mean like the inflations of languages, like imitating accents. I can't really do that many American accents. I can, according to some people, I can do a pretty good Joe Hills, but I have a sore throat, and I can't really do voices when I have a sore throat. And according to Jessica, I can do a fairly good Ronnie Corbett. And there's some voices I can do. I can do a couple of voices. I used to have the channel point redeeming that you would force me to use an accent, but the problem was that it ended up completely derailing my streams and I couldn't get anything done. So I had to remove it. Let's see if we can get all of these. The problem is that you would abuse the button. Yes, that's what's happened. People abused the button. I was talking with South African accents and Australian accents, and I was. It became a thing. It became a whole thing, and nothing was done. It was horrible, but it was funny. You sound a lot like Paul O'Grady. I feel like I should know who that is. But who was it I scared? We were. There's a story time, a relevant story time, since you all came from Joe's. Stream. I've been a patron of Joe's for a while, and I've actually played on Joe's Joe's realm, and we were doing an event a while ago, and I think it was NJ who. Yes, it was on the Season 6 world. Alright, Season 6 world, and NJ was giving us a tour. That's the one. And someone, there were a bunch of us in voice, and someone said, can you imagine if Joe jumped into voice now? And I, of course, as I said earlier, I do not have the brain capacity to evaluate my ideas before I go through with them. So naturally, of course, I went straight into my Joe, and apparently I scared the bejesus out of people. So that was funny. Boink. How do I get into these now? I have not thought this through. Ooh, and I can go straight into this one as well. Let's do that. I should have the conduit power to keep me breathing, so it should be fine. Remember the time in Streamfocus I named myself Joe Hills and scared life out of Cal? Yeah, that's when I made my bootleg Joe Hills profile picture, and yeah, I think that was what eventually led to the invasion of the Fallies. Joe Hills, yeah. I don't think I can go that high because I have a sore throat. Let me moisten my beak. Howdy, Joe Hills here. No, I'm too sore. But it's basically sort of getting the howdy. You need to get that first howdy. You need to nail that first howdy. That's the key to a good Joe. Speaking of, so when are you going to be finishing the house? It's on my to-do list. It is most definitely on my to-do list. Okay, let's grab these sponges. I think we've got most of it. I gotta go sleep. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you for coming to the stream via the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed whatever it is I'm doing. I'd be like going fishing. Okay, that one. Can you stop? Stand still, you bollock. We got, thank you very much, Penny J, Disconsolate Kangaroo, and Timair81 for the follows. And we got Legal Dro, the posture check. I have knackered shoulders. Doing those posture checks now and then is actually not a bad idea. There we go. Okay, so how does one get out of this situation? Let's start by grabbing these things. I find it interesting how much people infer assume of a voice. You look to sub emote, I think. Yep, that looks like sub emote. That looks like the emote, the Discord emote called Super Woke Fally. I think that's what it's called. I think it's called Super Woke Fally. I have arrived. Mick has arrived. I think this other side should be set. Okay, let's take away the sand in the middle here because it is quite annoying. Okay, so there's the... Is that side has not been cleared. Because there's the conduit. Which means that is the edge of the conduit. Which means that these are safe because I've cleared this side. Which means that there needs to... Alright, I'm just sort of trying to keep track of what I'm doing and what I haven't done yet. So I think we're going to make an entrance and an exit there for now. Okay, so that one is cleared. That one is cleared. This one is not cleared. So let's jump in and do this one. The plan was to finish this before I called it a night, but it might actually be getting a tad late. But how many squares do we have left? 5. We'll do the last one. Virgil Vale asks me, what is your favourite ice cream? My favourite ice cream is Ben & Jerry's cookie dough. Out of basic flavours, strawberry. Thank you for coming to the stream, ESG. Yeah, the problem with Ben & Jerry's is that here in Norway, Ben & Jerry's is ridiculously expensive. It's like, I don't know what it is in America, but I think we pay, let me do some quick math, 8, oh no, mate, way more than that. $10, $11 for a tin? $12 almost? If you had to choose an ice cream that wasn't Ben & Jerry's, what would you pick? Strawberry. $5-ish for a pint. Alright, so it's about at least twice as expensive in Norway. Boink. There we go. There we go. Let's use that one as the exit. Yeah, Norway is ridiculous. Oh, if you had to choose an ice cream brand. I'm being attacked by a Mickness. Where are you? I see you lurking. There you are. Hello, Mick. Ooh, even more sponges. Thank you. It is a lot. Let me jump into spectator mode and we can just quickly hop up there and have a look. You can see all of this has been cleared in 4 hours and 24 minutes because I started. This is just this stream. All the water has been cleared this stream. So let's jump back in. Let's get you balalaika. Here we go. Let's slam into that one. Ah, you see, I messed it up that time. There we go. That's a ton of work. Yeah, the sand was actually what took the longest. So basically what I've been doing, I've been just sitting at my computer placing sand, watching, well, Eurovision videos mostly. Also, brand. We don't really have brands of ice cream. I know Ben and Jerry's. That's literally the only brand I know. The rest of the brands we have in Norway are basically just generic ice creams. So I would have no idea. But flavor-wise, any sort of like straight ice cream, I would have to say strawberry. I've always been a sucker for strawberry ice cream. But yeah, I'd say placing the sand took two solid days ish. And I was scared of the clearing out. This is the part this is what I thought would take time. You would think with how much ice Norway has that have more brands of ice cream. Yes, but the thing is we're constantly cold, so we don't need ice cream. Like, we have a lot of generic brand ice creams, like the same way you would have Walmart and stuff. Yeah, what Virgily Vale says. It's so cold here, we only eat ice cream during the summer, really. And even then, it's for a limited time. 2 days for that square area. Maybe also tell them how long another area of roughly the same size is taking. Alright, listen. So I have, on this server, I run a terraforming shop that I plan on closing. And Mickness made an order for a terraforming job a year ago that I still haven't finished. I am working on it. I've actually worked on it the last couple of days. So it's never been as far as it is right now. Have you ever been far as decided to use? Call now, it's that simple. I can't remember when you put your order. Oh, dang it. You have an order as well? Oy. Do you get sunlight in the middle of the night during summer in Norway? In the far north, yes. We do. In the northernmost parts of Norway, we have what is called the midnight sun. And basically the sun never goes down. The sun never sets. It reaches a low point on the sky and that's it. I luckily live far enough south that I don't have to deal with that. But we still have very long days during summer. Like, the sun here doesn't set until... Like, it's set now, but the sun doesn't really set here until midsummer. I'd say past 11. Did we get all of it? Yeah. Nope. We got one there. And one there. Did we get all of it and I missed 4? I am blind. There we go. I want to get the last few ones, and then I think we're gonna... I think we're gonna call it a night. Because I've been doing this for 4.5 hours, and I've been up for a while. But hey, I suddenly ended up with 2 extra days with no kids at home, which is nice in a way. Because my son, when we went to pick him up today, he decided no, he doesn't want to go home. All jobs are always as far along as they have ever been. Yeah, fair. So I'm guessing it's also super dark in the winter. Oh yeah. During the winter, the sun doesn't really, at least here, the sun doesn't really rise until like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And it sets again at like 3 o'clock. So the days are very short. Like in the middle of December, I will basically, it will be dark when I leave for work and it will be dark when I get home. Like, all the sunlight disappears during my school day. Which is, it's probably very strange to people who aren't used to it. But for me, like, I mean, I've lived in Norway for 30 years now, so I don't find it strange anymore. But I can see how for people who aren't used to it would find it very strange. And I remember when my relatives visited, we spoke about how they'd been in Norway a couple of years earlier during winter on a winter trip, and they had been very, very surprised at how dark it was during the winter, because they'd heard, like, oh, Norway gets very dark in the winter, but it was like, no, like, it gets proper dark, like pitch black. You can't see anything. It's why they say going hiking in the winter can actually be quite dangerous, because it's so dark you literally lose all reference points. And we sadly have every year in Norway, we have people who lose their lives because they go hiking. They go hiking in the winter and literally can't see where they're anything. Like, they literally don't know where they're going. Okay, we need to not drain the conduit, which I did. So we need to not do what I just did. Wrong button. Can I... Do I have any other blocks? I don't. No, just stick that there. That is the conduit drain, so we no longer have conduit power. That's neat. We're going to leave... You know what? No, we're not going to take that one out. We're going to leave that block of sand there instead. There we go. Oh no, the dolphin... Oh, don't worry. I've already killed so many dolphins during this project, you don't even know the half of it. This is not your typical movie credits. A lot of dolphins were harmed in the making of this film. Did the Guardian just steal the sponge? What up? That's rude. It's the problem with dolphins spawning everywhere and just yeeting themselves into the water. And then, well, you know, bloof. Yes. You can see now they're all spawning down here. See, I've made a guardian farm now. A very small one. I'm going to do that just to drain the water there. There we go. Look at all the heads. Do I have anything I can throw out? Yes. 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 Dolphin's head. Nice. Ow. There we go. Surely there can't be much water left here now. Is this the last one? I think this is actually the last one. Okay, I clearly forgot a bit up here. Does the server have head selling villager for no PvP heads? Mekness? I think that's a you question. Does the server have head selling villager for no PvP heads? I think we have some custom stuff at least. Look at that. Nope. Nope, says Mekness. I feel like I'm being humane with these in terms of I feel like I'm humane in the same way as Mumbo is currently humane, in that I'm just looking for more creative ways of killing everything. This is not gonna end well. And I have a pretty terrible sword, I think. Yep, that was inevitable. That was inevitable. You see, this is why we have keep inventory, so you can do stuff like that. And not worry. Did they all despawn? I think they did. Okay, does that mean that we actually have... I think this is fully drained. It is. It is fully drained. Okay, well, in that case, we're going to land on the roof here and we're going to sleep so we have some light. Have you drained inside your temple little bits you had as farms? No, I've not drained those. Okay, so what we're going to do then, you're going to witness something that's going to be you're going to be used to. I refer to this as Joe mode. What we're going to do, we're going to pause pretzel and we're going to go into recording mode and we're going to actually record a segment here on the stream. Okay, so that is going to be episode 50. I was going to do this for episode 53. It's episode 53, segment 2. Okay. Oh, I forgot that that doesn't work. There we go. Now we're just going to wait for that to go away. My lovely stuff. Okay. Episode Shamblecraft, episode 53, segment 2. Well, okay then. It's been a couple of hours, but as you can tell behind me, we have now successfully cleared the water. So if I fly up here, you will now see... You can see the roof of the Guardian Temple. There is no more water other than the last few bits that are purposefully left there. So now all that remains... We have now drained all the water, and all that remains now is the task of, first of all, putting the lid on the glass box, which we actually need to do first. And once we've put the lid on the glass box, we can remove the sand. So the first thing we're going to have to do is actually remove the top 2 layers of sand inside the square so that we can put the glass lid on, and then we can remove the final sand barriers, and hopefully my plan has worked and we should then have a nicely encased glass box that we can then continue work on, while we will not have any guardian spawn on top, since it's only going to be a 1 block height. And so far it looks like this is working, because I have not, since I finished draining this a couple of minutes ago on stream, I have not seen any guardians spawn other than the very few areas where I have sort of allowed for spawning to happen. So that is very good progress. About 4.5 hours. It took a lot less than expected, but very good progress nonetheless. So I am going to clean this place up a bit. I'm going to grab the glass, and hopefully when you see me next, the lid will be on and the sand will be going away. Yeah, I can live with that take. I can live with that take. Well then, with that being said, I think we are going to say that is it for tonight. I've already been going for pretty long now. Far longer than I usually do, but I want to say thank you. Tab skip. thank you very, very much to everyone who joined the stream. Thank you very, very much to everyone who stayed from the raid. I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully you saw something you liked and you'll return. I stream Tuesdays and Fridays, and you also have my YouTube channel. That I think. Let me find the correct window here. You have the links to the YouTube channel. You have links to the Discord if you want to join the server. So all that remains for me is to say thank you very, very much for joining, and we are gonna, of course, spread the love further. We are gonna be heading over to our very good friend Kay, who is also playing Minecraft. Kay has actually just started playing Minecraft again after a long break. So I'm sure she will really, really appreciate you all heading over there to say hi. So say hi from Fally. And yeah, that is going to be it for me. Thank you very, very much for joining. And I will catch you all next time. But until then, have a very, very nice day, afternoon, evening. And I'll hopefully catch you the next time. Bye.